Can y'all hear me now? Great, 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 great. So I was talking to myself. Kinda not clear. Okay.
Can you guys hear me now? And is it still staticky in the back? Okay, great, 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 great. Cool. All right, so we're gonna do the forecast for the 15th to the 22nd. But how was everyone's last week like for the transit? Like, how did everyone fare? Did you guys have a good week? Because I know some of you guys had like rough weeks, like kind of like interesting transits compared to others. Weird. Yeah. Dion, what was your rising again? Cancer. Yeah, I don't know. The Cancers it was Dawson Creek. I don't know. They were in love with hip hop. Them and the Scorpio risings were weird too. They were like, it was kind of like heavy. Trying to remember what Tay's was or how the rising was. Hey, like, what was Tay's rising? Got some things to work on. I got a love you text from multiple women. Yeah, because the Cancer, and they'll still have it this week, and as I start to go through each one, you'll see it. But Cancer risings had Lilith in the first house, and so they're gonna attract, and it's in a feminine sign, so issues with women, traditions, and stuff like that. It'll still be like that this week, meaning like the Lilith placement will still be in your first house this week. So there will be drama because Lilith isn't a chill object. It's very intense. It has to do with like rebellion, mystery, survival, sexual arousal, a lot of intense themes. So it's just the nature of the beast, but you have it in your first house. And so if you have it arising, your first house deals with the body. So physically, people interact with you this way, and you can also take on these things as well because it's your body and it's also your personality. So the personality will charge the situation in that way. Aquarius. Oh, Aquarius. Okay, y'all had that whole people being, there was some underhandedness, but people trying to, I guess, like play on the kindness of Aquarius. Aquarius had to watch their back a little bit. Got to be careful. So You know, does anyone else need help figuring out what their rising sign is? Before I like start to go through to talk about what's going to happen this week. Because I know some people don't even know what that is or don't know how to find it. I'm a Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Sag rising. Sag was pretty chill this week. I mean, y'all did have one unlucky day. Oh, you don't. Dang it, Steve. I see. I'm gonna have to go look for your information, but I can't pull it up here because it's too many. I don't want people to see all of your business. Because I would have to pull up some other stuff, but I will figure out. Let me figure out your rising. Because I know, Steve, you were born in July. Send me your date and time of birth again, Steve. Because where I have it, people will be nosy, so I can't pull it up. So use the calculator on. No, it's okay. Y'all have to be nice. I notice like when I ask that, people get worried. And I don't mind doing it because you have to assume that everybody isn't on the same level. So, and then some people don't know what that is or what to look for, even if you tell them to use the calculator. Like, even if I tell people to use the calculator, they're not going to necessarily, unless you know what you're looking at, you're not going to know. You know? So I don't want to take that approach, you know? So, some people knew and some people know what they're looking at. Some people don't. You know, people have a lot of stuff going on, so I don't assume. But Steve, send me your because I think I can guess it off the top of my head, but I want to actually be sure because the rising signs are they're time sensitive. Like, they usually last for 2 hours unless you have a unique rising sign that is considered shorter. So, if I remember correctly, Pisces, Aries, and there's one more. There's one more rising sign that's considered unique because it doesn't last 2 hours. It's only an opening for 2 hours because it's based off of the rising of the sun, like on the eastern horizon. So what's coming up over the east when you're born? I want to be sure right because I'm like, I can guess, and there's a technique because I kind of know your birthday or whatever, but I'm like, let me tell them to just send it. Like, if you post your birthday and your time, so I can be like sure and not guess, because some of the gaps for the risings are shorter and they make them more rare. So when I look at some of these things, I'm like, okay, you have a more rare rising because it's less than 2 hours. Like Pisces rising is one, and Aries rising is another one because they're less than 2 hours. And I might show y'all an example. I might do a stream on the risings or like a video on the risings, and I'll show y'all. Steve, if you want to, if you don't want to post it in the chat, that's fine. Because some people feel comfortable posting it in the chat, you know, but if you feel like it, if you don't feel like it, just, you can text it to me and I'll go look at it real quick and, you know, put it in. I'll look at it over there. But if you don't feel comfortable, that's fine. But if you want to post it in the chat, you can. I sent it though. Okay, hold on. Okay, Steve, you was right. It's still a Sag. You're right. So you're good. But the Sagittarius, I think had like one. I think one. Because sometimes I just be reading the notes that I had, but they only had one like unlucky day. And ironically, it was the same. It was this day where Eminem had got that dish thingy from the game, and Eminem is allegedly a Sag rising. So that was like an unlucky or a bad day, like a unlucky or bad health day. It was weird. What about for Taurus rising? From last week, I feel like Taurus risings was doing learning independence versus hedonism. Like, independence is cool, hedonism is selfish. And having to learn the difference and learning individuality versus like other people, like, it's not the same thing. But the Taurus risings, they have that conjunct with Uranus and Mars in the North Node, so they have a hot placement anyway. So I noticed with a lot of people, which I might make a video specifically for Taurus rising, because Uranus, Mars, and the North Node coming together isn't a normal place, a normal conjunction, or a normal thing you see every day. And then you have the moon running up against it with every lunar cycle. So every like month, the moon is going to go through this cycle, pushing up against these, and then they're conjuncting it in a way. So when you have like Uranus and the moon, and Uranus and Mars, and they Uranus and Mars are hot placements, and so you have the moon bumping into it. So it's a lot of irritation, a lot of aggressiveness, and like the moodiness. It's like mood swings. So until Mars leaves really the Taurus energy, you know, because it's still very close to the Uranus placement, so it'll still give them issues. That's why you're gonna see. That's why I was saying, like, I'm probably gonna thinking about doing a video on The Rock as an example, on Megan as an example, because they both have Taurus risings, and you're seeing what's going on with them, and it's pretty consistent. There was a writer. He had a Taurus rising, and he was physically assaulted. The Taurus rising, it's a strong aggression or a strong type of vibe that goes on with them until the thing moves out of that placement. No wonder why I've been feeling moody for a while. Yeah, it's aggression. That, because Mars is the vitality, it's the sun sign, is like, you know, it's pushing, it's force, it wants to go somewhere. And then Uranus is shocks of genius, revolt, individuality, freedom, technology, moving on to the future, speculation. And so when you're taking on challenges, it has like this type of rebelliousness. So what happens when you put action and rebelliousness, or, you know, action with futurism all together with your North Node, which deals with like a life path or a life purpose that you're looking for under the sign of Taurus. Taurus deals with things that are reliable, that are the status quo, that are responsible. It has elements of duty. Also rules everything that you own and money. So that means that you want to change everything. You don't want to keep the same status quo, and that'll be under that sign until it leaves. So yeah, the Taurus rising are going to have a hard time because they want to change, and it'll be like this for a while. But they're going to change. You have to be careful of changing too quickly, that it's not causing issues. I'm a Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Saturn. That's okay, because Saturn's not a bad place to have that. It's actually relaxed there. You would have to figure out, Lenora, what your rising sign is, because that's what the horoscopes that I do, that's what it's for. Because You can't in good conscience do the sun sign, because and this is for people trying to understand when I talk about this, because I notice like people are different levels in the chat. So when I do start the horoscopes like I did for last week, and I'm doing this for this week, you can't do necessarily the sun signs. And the moon signs are kind of weird too, because unless you know the houses is 12, you have to match it with that. It's kind of hard to do, but everyone has a rising sign, and if they know their information, they can participate. It's easier to do, and it's more accurate that way. That's why a lot of people don't like horoscopes, because they try to do the sun in the first house. But somebody who has, like, I don't know, what's the sign? Okay, Libra. I have Libra with my sun in the first house versus I have Libra with my sun in the 9th. Totally different energy. It shows up in different ways. It doesn't act the same. That's why you can get people with the same sun placement and they don't act the same. So Lenora, you would need your rising sign, and that way you can participate, and it's easier to do it because it doesn't matter if you have the sun, moon, or anything in any of the other houses or planets. The rising sign is pretty consistent, and so it's easy for people to follow, and that is how they should be doing the horoscopes. So when they do a horoscope, that's how, like, in essence, because it's the easiest way to generalize this type of thing, you know. Is Cancer associated with Venus planet, and what was said to be associated with? Cancer is not associated with Venus. Cancer is associated with the moon. So it's associated with the moon in itself is associated with themes around the soul. Cancer is associated with themes around feelings. And so what you get is a combination where feelings and soul correspond. And so when people say, well, what is a soul? Well, this is good when you start to study, because the glyphs that you see, so the planetary symbols of, like, what is Cancer, what is the moon, they'll swirl around and they'll form they're alchemy symbols. They're not just random symbols placed together. So people don't understand that. And so when people say, well, what is a soul? What is, like, okay, they're telling you what it is based off of its correlations. So Cancer has things that deal with traditionalism in the past, and the moon has implications that deal with memory. So you'll see that show up. But the associations, the way the symbols look, that's what they rule. They rule issues with families and mothers and women, things that are done at nighttime, things that are considered phantasmal. It can deal with betrayal. It can deal with sorrow. A lot of things. But the associations are very clear based off of the planet in the zodiac. Sag is associated with Jupiter, and so it's associated with growth. And growth and maturation is not the same thing. That's why sometimes people place certain elements of Saturnian principles there, because Saturn deals with growth, and Sag deals with expansion. And so expansion and luck is, in a way, it's cheap, and I'm going to tell you why. And I'm not saying cheap in a bad way, but it's kind of like empty. Because Saturn principles, that's why people get mad with a lot of Saturn, Capricorn, and 10th house principles, because it requires a lot of you. It requires hard work, tough lessons, you to really push. There's no easy way out of this. A Jupiter principle or a Sag principle, you can get growth, but it's without maturation. And I'll tell you the difference. If you're growing a plant from a seed till it grows big into, like, I don't know, a flower or something, or a tree, it requires maturation. The plant matures into it. So you see the growth, but it's in a way where the plant is working for it. You know, you're working for it. Y'all have to work together to get it. You're feeding it. It's growing. It's getting sunlight. If it doesn't feel well, like, it's a lot of work into it. Sag and Jupiter don't provide labor. There's no labor. It's growth, and it's taking up space and growth, or like expansion, really, for the sake of it without maturation. You don't have to mature. That's why there's certain elements of Sag and Jupiter where it can be greed, because there's nothing worked for it. It's luck. So having luck and versus having something you earned is not the same, because luck is very thin, it's cheap, it has nothing, it's not predicated on you in a certain way. Hopefully that makes sense, Steve, but it's not predicated like that. And also Sag and Jupiter also have elements where it's based on faith and morals and philosophy. That's what that type of expansion can be good and not destructive in like a greed or drunkenness. So it can get that way. It depends where it's placed at. Because it seem excessive, is indulgent in certain regards. Unlike Saturn and Capricorn is not indulgent. You worked for it, that's what you got, and you matured through it. So the principle can be like a wise person, someone who's wise and knowledgeable. So hopefully that makes sense. Yes, do a video on the rising signs. I get confused. Yeah, that's what I was saying, because sometimes people be like, no ma'am, y'all need to get from here, blah blah blah. I'm like, listen, and there's some people who are generally are confused by risings. They don't understand what that means. It's literally the sun or whatever planets, whatever it's emerging from the east, coming up the horizon. Like, you see this chart I have? You see this thick line right here? Under the sign of Aries, it says ASC. That's the ascendant. That was the zodiac that was pushing on the horizon. So this is a Aries rising. I don't think any of the Aries rising showed up, because I actually remember distinctly who had it. Because they act in a certain way, which is funny, but I can tell by the personalities. But no, that's an Aries rising. They were born under this placement. It informs their personality. It informs how people recognize them. It could also be, there's a lot of literature about rising signs. So it could be how people present like an ego or a script that your family could place onto you, and you grow into your identity. But I think it's also a form of ego that surrounds a person until they can hit maturation, because growing up is hard. So people need that. There's also rules of the body as well, because the first house is the physical, is one aspect that can rule a physical body, or like appearance. So it's a lot of things that go into that. So that's why sometimes, like, it's weird, because depending on the relationship a parent has with a child, the rising sign can indicate that. So if a parent really wants a mini them, like a mini me, sometimes you'll see their rising show up in the child. But the child has to grow and develop into them outside of the parent, outside of the influence. Hopefully that makes sense. It's a lot of things that go into it, but that is what it is. I might do a video on it, and like I was saying before, some of the risings are more rare, because it's a 2-hour thing. They rise on the east, and it's only for a 2-hour opening. After 2 hours, you're moving into a different sign. Because I'm actually going to just use this chart and just go through the signs or whatever. Because I wrote some of the notes, but they weren't as detailed and stuff like that. But so I'll probably just use this as backup to just see what's happening. But you'll see how, as I go through the days and go through the hours, and each day, and if I move to different ones, it's literally clipping it by hours. So you'll see that. And within the 2-hour window, that'll determine what your rising is. Thank you for answering my question. No problem. Hi 199. Hopefully you had a good week, because I was asking about the Scorpio risings. I know y'all was going through it. Your first person I ever heard deal with the risings. Yeah, I don't get why people don't. I think it does matter because it's your personality. And so there are certain placements, if your rising sign and your sun sign are in the same mode. So like, I'll show you. Says rising sun. That's not it. I have to figure out one I could use in this example. If I come across it as I run through the rising signs, I would try to remember to show it to y'all. But if your rising sign and your sun sign are in the same mode, what it does is, a lot of times for your moon sign, it can between those placements, sometimes it can make your moon sign kind of like fall out of sync, or it can make your sun, like, it's a weird thing, but basically how your personality is and how like your feelings are and your actual, like, your identity, like, it's weird, but it can give you personality issues. So you might not come across as how you really feel you are, or people don't expect you to be who you are. Hopefully that makes sense. So this is Aries, is cardinal. Boom. I'm trying to think of an example that I could do it. Like, I'm really trying to think, and I can't think of one. But I'll show you. Okay, so we have Aries. We have Cancer at the bottom. So Aries in this first house, I told you that's ascendant. So you see the fourth house with this IC. This is Cancer. That's another cardinal sign. Then we have Libra here in the 7th. And then we have Capricorn in the 10th house in the MC. Okay, no matter where, just think of this as a placement, y'all. Like, this is, I'm gonna make it up. This is not actually was in chart, but just so y'all can follow along. If your rising sign is Aries in the first house, right? And just say your sun placement is in Cancer, right? So your Aries rising and Cancer sun, right? It's in the 4th house on this chart as an example. If y'all can come back and look at this, and I'll show y'all as an example. Your Aries is right here. This is 1, 2, 3 signs away from Aries. So that means your ascendant or your first house is going to be squared your sun. So you know what that means? That means that, okay, so we already talked about the first house is your personality, your physical body. Okay, ding ding, we got that. We already have it down packed. Okay, we'll talk about the sun. Sun is your vitality, your will, your identity. It can also show simulations associated with father or the father role model and stuff like that. So what's going to happen is your identity is opposed your personality. Do y'all see it? Because, like, this is all math. So if Aries is right here and Cancer is right here, that's 3 signs away. So that means it's going to create a square, which is a hard placement. It's not an easy placement. So they have hard and soft placements. That's hard. So y'all see what I'm going with this? That's why I say if you have your ascendant in one mode, which can either be cardinal, mutable, and fixed, and then you have your rising and your whether it's moon or rising in sun, whichever is like the internal or primary placements, what you're going to have is you're going to have an issue with your personality and whatever that other planet is. So even if we move the sun over to Libra, so we said Libra's in the 7th. Okay, well now we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So depending where it is, but in this case in point, now it's in opposition. So it's on the opposite side of the chart. So now your feelings or your identity is polarizing. It's absolutely like, opposite of your personality. So you're going to have personality issues. Do y'all see the example? That's the example. So sometimes people are having issues and I'm like, no, you have personality issues. How you come across, your appearance, everything, like you come across, how people recognize you, is giving an issue with authenticity. People aren't picking up what's up with you. I do notice when people are in the same the same element is easier. It's easier. So like, just say if we do water, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, because this is math. This is all math. So this is a 360, right? So you're 1, 2, 3, 4 away. So Pisces is 4 signs away from Cancer. That is a trine. That is a soft placement. The softest placement you can get. And the same will be said from Cancer to Scorpio. It's trine. It's soft and relaxed. That's why Scorpio, usually, like when they be like, a Scorpio can be attracted to a Pisces, or a lot of Cancers they gravitate towards a lot of times Scorpios, because they have a lot of harmony in those placements. But what if your sun, moon, and rising, or like your predominant placements were in these signs? That means you have a lot of ease. So people might not pick up on you all the way, but how they see you is how you are, for the most part. Not everything, but they can get a general reading, and this can be quite clear. So some people's risings are so polarizing, they get personality issues. So how do people see you? They listen. It doesn't register. So you could come off like, if you know that, like, I can come off a certain way and people just don't get it, or I can come off a certain way and it can be polarizing to people. So I have to be mindful of that. You know, make sure I watch how I interact with people. That's a game changer. That's a game changer. You know. So that's a thing that people have to, like, when you look at your charts, you study that type of thing. You study that type of thing. So yeah, I actually, because y'all are so interested in rising signs, you know, I might make a video on it, and we'll probably go over it and talk about it. But y'all see what I'm saying? Like, me describing it to you in the placements, and I'm counting it, and so between the hard and the soft, y'all see it, right? As an example, it does change a lot for people. My sun is Capricorn, moon in Leo, rising in Cancer. So your rising is cardinal, and then your sun is cardinal. So to my point, how you come across, your identity, your personality and identity, that's the same example. So what they'll do is, it can create opposition. So your personality is opposed to like your identity or your willpower, like, or your vitality. It's interesting, but people won't peg you for how they should. Dion. So, but that's a game changer. You want to know why people interact with you? That's why. It's a personality issue. So, like, once you see how the world is going to see you, you know how to respond. So it's really quite that simple. Aries, Cancer, Libra, Capricorn, Cardinals, they say it belong with the changes of the weather. Yeah, the 4 seasons and stuff like that. Capricorn, winter, Aries, spring. Yeah, well, that's because that's also around the equinox and solstices, Steve. So like the equinox happens in Aries sign, under like Aries, like the 21st, 22nd, and that's the start of the zodiacal year. And then the next one we have with the summer solstice is in the sign of Cancer. Then we have the fall equinox in Libra around the 21st, 22nd. And then Capricorn, we have the winter solstice, which is around December 21st, 22nd, which is in Capricorn season. So, yeah. So you deal with the sun at its zenith during the solstices, or is at its weakest. And then you deal with the sun and the moon. We're having equal measures of day and night for the equinoxes. I have a Capricorn sun, moon in Virgo, and a rising in Gemini. What does that mean for me? Okay. For a Capricorn sign, okay, so we already have cardinal. So your sailor, mermaid, that's your identity, that's your willpower, and also could be a lot of associations with your father, right? Not all the time, but I do notice for the most part. Then you have your moon in Virgo. So your subconscious, your soul, your memories are in Virgo. So that deals with health, analyzation, hospital. The moon can also mean things with mother and family. So maybe your mother worked in healthcare or service, or maybe she worked with books or libraries, or that's something that you picked up about your mom. Your rising sign is in Gemini, so your personality is in Gemini. So that has to do with quick learning, education, riddles, games, siblings. So maybe your siblings shaped your personality. This is also predicated with sun and planets are in the first house as well, and pushing into the first house. Because there's a technique that you can do where it can tell you what happened around the person's conception. So there's some people I've done the charts, and you find out different things. Like do the chart, I say, okay, it says that your father won't be there, or blah blah blah. Sometimes the father just doesn't. Some people fathers ain't nothing. They be on whatever, or it can be like their dad passed away, or whatever, without making it too sad. But you get what I'm saying. Like it can indicate that. But for you with a Gemini rising, it can mean siblings can shape a lot of it. Your neighborhood can shape a lot of it. Early education plays a lot into your personality. Humor, playing tricks, also retail, selling things, being flirty, friends as lovers and lovers as friends. So for you, you have your moon and your rising sign mutable. They're in the same mode. So you know what that means. That means that your personality and how people see you and how you feel, they're in the same mode. So you know what that means. They are going to be squared. So your personality might not give away how you feel. So like, let's look at this thing. So in this example, because this still is set for Aries rising, because at some point I am going to start the horoscopes for the week. We'll go over it. But just to answer people's questions, because a lot of people, I noticed between this live and last live, y'all had a lot of questions. You didn't. This is just covering for people who get confused, or they're trying to follow but they can't. They're really new, like they just don't get it. Or they haven't. They know the words, but nobody explained it to them. Okay, so your Gemini is here. So you said you had a Gemini rising. So I'm going to imagine it here. But in this case, it's in the third and second house. And then you said, oh, my moon is in Virgo. Okay, you see 1, 2, 3. That's a square. So how you feel and your personality don't always match. You can get into situations where you're coming off a certain way and your feelings aren't matching up with how you're coming off. So that can give you, it's a personality issue. So what if you're really upset? Or what if you're really happy about something? It's going to be hard for people to peg that off of you. Good thing is, if you're in a situation where people aren't supposed to read you, then that's fabulous. That's fabulous. Like you have a Capricorn sun. What if you were in business or banking or something like that? That's great, because Capricorn can rule like business, banking, stuff like that. Like where people can't really read you like how they like that, or they're not. It's kind of like you blah blah blah. That'll be perfect. But if you're in something where people have to read you, you're in for a whirlwind. You're in for a lot of trouble. Oh my gosh, my mom is an RN. That's incredible. Yeah. So what people don't realize is that the fetus, the baby picks up the imprints from the parents. And so when you look at a chart, you can tell. Like if I go back and look through people's chart, I can tell you what you imprinted off of your parents. It's very interesting. Like I did a person's chart. And he was like, I was describing him. He was a Libra, and I was describing the person was a Libra. He's like, I'm not really into none of that. And I said, well, what does your father do? What does your grandfather do? Because Libra can rule making things beautiful. It rules hair salons and barbershops. And he said, I come from a long line of barbers. My dad is a barber. My granddad is a barber, and I'm pretty sure whoever was before him was a barber. That's something that people just do, So, I don't know. It's very interesting. That's why really you shouldn't be that sloppy with children. Because, like, if you're picking that up before you come out the womb. Like, it's interesting. Let's see. Metaphysics. I have a Taurus sun, moon in Virgo. and also Virgo rising. Okay, this is perfect, metaphysics. You're a perfect example for people to learn off of. So if that's what I'm saying, if y'all are not embarrassed about putting your information up or your times of birth or date of birth, this is perfect. Okay, so how you come across is exactly in conjunction with your identity. So you come off like a Virgo, and you said your moon is in Virgo. So how you feel is you're actually opposite in a lot of ways to Sailor Mermaid. So if your moon is in Virgo, same thing I said about her moon in Virgo and what she clocked about her mother, could be a nurse, work with books, blah, blah, blah. Your rising is in Virgo. So your personality is shaped by that as well. So it could mean that your mom can influence your personality very, very strongly. So books have shaped your personality. Health has shaped your personality. Detailed tasks have shaped your personality. You know, so all of those things have really shaped your personality, and particularly with the Virgo in the in those placements is ruled by Mercury and Chiron. So the mind, the healing, they're very attached and they're very strong for you. So holistic ideas, and especially with the idea of Chiron, that has to do with man and coming in connection with the beast, because it's a half man, half horse. So what happens is you have to deal with your humanity, your instinctual impulses, and your mind, and so they feel separate. That's why a lot of Virgo placements have anxiety, because they're trying to merge the mind and the body. It also deals with like the science of the physical. All of the earth signs have to deal with the material plane. I know the earth signs get a bad rep because they think it's like vain for materialism, but no, it is a worthy cause to manifest in the material. That's why a lot of people cry about Saturn returns. It's a worthy cause. It shouldn't be like disregarded, because people are being I guess you could say they're cheapening the experience with materialness, or they're being perverse in a way. But so what you'll have is, with that placement, having to converge those things together to really cause healing. So being able to be a healer. So you have it for your moon and your rising. So how you come across is how you are. So you can have a healing personality. People can really like you. You know, they like that about you. But you also can feel like you could go it alone, because Virgo kind of has this thing where they have to go things alone and stuff like that. They're kind of interesting that way. Virgos are interesting to me. But yeah. Yeah, I'm into it. Hey, Doms. Can you also do numerology? I probably will, but I have to get, there's more than one theory with that one. So you have like Pythagorean, and then you have like Chaldean. I kind of do a mixture of both, and I don't know, maybe I'm still trying to figure out what my own theory is to how I want to calculate. But yeah, I know a Capricorn as business, and we go so sync. That's great, because y'all both Cardinal, Steve, and y'all have a lot of traditionalism that's the same, because Capricorn can rule old world views and Cancer can rule traditionalism. That's why y'all link like that. Y'all can get the bag, get that money. Get the money, Steve. Run with the Capricorn. Now y'all belong together. Go over there. Oh my gosh, I do have a problem with expressing how I feel. My friends and loved ones say I'm constantly giving them poker face, and I know why. That's why. It's just, it's unfortunate, but it's unfortunate. But when you know, now you know. So then based off of your chart, you will find out where the ease is coming from. Sailor Mermaid, where the ease is coming from your rising in your moon sign, and then you go from there. You move on from there. So that's what you do. You look for where the ease is. That's why I tell people it's not a bad chart. It's literally mathematically impossible. Now, what you would do, you just have to work with what you have. That's it. The profile threw me. Y'all are funny. But yeah, you work with what you have. So like people who have a chart, because I will start to get into the rising signs and stuff soon, but people who have a chart that have a lot of soft aspects or easy aspects, yes, their life is easier, but one could also imply like if they don't have enough hard aspects like squares, oppositions, sesquiquadrates, like stuff like that, semi squares and stuff like that. What I do notice with them, they have a issue with accomplishing. They have an issue with will and action. They struggle. They cannot get it together because everything is so easy for them. So that's their challenge, having to actually do. People who have a lot of hard aspects, they don't have a lot of easiness, so they do more. And so depending how much hard and ease you have will determine what you have to do. Like how much you have to work and which ways you would have to work. It really depends. Depends on your chart. You look at it. So that's what I noticed between people who have a lot of ease in their chart and harshness, or they have a lot of hard aspects more than soft aspects. Those people have to work harder for things. So let's see. Any other questions before I start to get started? Like, are people confused about anything else? Does anybody have any questions about their sun, moon, risings, or trying to figure it out before I start to go through the week? Or if people can't find their risings, if they don't know what they're looking for. All right, so I'm about to get started. This is good stuff. Oh, good. I'm glad you understand now. So, Sailor, if you can read your chart, if you cannot read your chart, I get it, because it's a lot of people be like, what the heck is this? But if you can read your chart, wherever you have ease from that placement, so look for where, if you want to emote and people like, girl, I don't get you, and you're not emoting, it's like talking to a cardboard box. What you would do is you would look for the soft aspects coming from your moon placement, and that you focus on those principles, and you should be able to break through the personality issues of your rising sign. You should be able to break through, because all a astrology chart is a map. That's it. And I'm pretty sure you probably were in situations where it might have benefited you to have that barrier between your personality for whatever was going on with your upbringing. It could have helped you. Could have been in situations where you needed, where people couldn't read you as easily. But now that you're older, maybe you're having issues because you want to have relationships on a different way. So now you have to figure out, how can I emote in a way to have these type of relationships now? I no longer need this. This is what I was saying about the rising sign. It's good for adolescence, but as we get older and mature, you have to figure out how to use it, because it can cause a lot of problems. Like Sailor Mermaid was, honest enough about explaining what was going on with her rising sign and her moon and things that go on like that. So it will give you issues, So I feel like my sun and moon be fighting each other rather than working together, since it's the same. Actually, no, they actually will be in harmony. I guess the most thing is another aspect you would have to see is if it's in fall or detriment, is if it's in a placement where it's not naturally good there. So that's what you would have to see. It might not be bad, they could be in harmony, but because that's when you're looking at if they're in a sign that is harsh for the sun or harsh for the moon. So That's your main thing. Because that's another element on top of what we just explained about out of mode, out of element placements. So you see if they're in a sign where it's harsh for them to exist in. Like if a planet is in retrograde, no. Okay, so just say if your sun and moon is in Scorpio, the sun can fare possibly well under the Scorpio sign because Scorpio has a thing with willpower. The sun likes willpower. It's happy with that. But the moon doesn't care about willpower. So if y'all remember when I explained to Steve what he said, he has Cancer, and what does Cancer rule? Okay, it rules the soul, it rules emotions, memory, family. What would a Scorpio placement do in that moon placement? It rules your mother. So that can mean Scorpio rules things that are like death, danger, agreement but with caution, parts of your sexuality, things that are dead, stalkers. Why would you want a moon placement in the soul or a mother or family dynamic? That's harsh. That's harsh. It doesn't go there. Do you see what I'm saying? That's not the same thing. That's a harshness. So no, that's not good. Can you still be okay? Yes, but it's harshness in the moon principles, because the moon rules mothers, family, memories, past, emotions, betrayal, sorrow, getting caught up in emotions, affairs and things like that, fantasies and illusions. Why would you want that? You got Scorpio in a moon placement. It also rules feelings, so trying to fall in love. You can see competition and aggression where there is none there. It lacks, like, I guess you could say Scorpio lacks trust or relaxation in a moon placement. This is what I'm saying. Like, it's harsh. It's harshness. You have to see where it lines up. In a sun placement, it could be good, because the sun likes willpower, vitality, confidence, nobility. Is a great placement for that. Where you lord over stage, where you get your stage presence, your attention. That's great, because Scorpio rules magnetism. That's good, but not good for moon. No, that's not good. With like a planet in retrograde. Retrograde just means that it's moving backwards, but usually it indicates an internalized aspect, or can imply like an aspect where something happens over and over again. Because a retrograde, a planet will go back, and then it'll come forward, and then it can go back. Like the degrees run over each other multiple times. So that's what that indicates. It could be doing things over and over again. So you would have to see what the sun, where the sign of the retrograde, the type of planet that is the retrograde is happening in, and all types of stuff like that. But a retrograde isn't necessarily bad. It can also sometimes mean a planet that doesn't function how it naturally should. So it's not bad. It's not bad. It's just, it depends. It's a lot of factors you have to think about. So like, for instance, we said Jupiter loves growth without maturity. Like, it doesn't want to work for anything, versus like Saturn, where it wants to earn everything, right? It's just getting big for no reason. So what if you had your Jupiter retrograde? Okay, it means that you might want expansion without having to, you want the expansion, but you also don't want to expand in a way that's cheap. You want it to be very internalized. It's not in that type of, it doesn't expand the same way. Okay? So they're all different. That's not the same thing. So good. As long as everybody got it, we can start, because I'm about to start in Aries. Okay? And if y'all have questions, you can just drop it in the chat as I talk, and I'll try to explain as we go along for people who are confused. All right. So this week, we already talked about how the full moon, what happened with Aquarius and stuff like that. Now it's gonna move out. So like with an Aries rising this week, the moon is going to be in Aries, and so we're moving in a sextile. But basically, you'll slowly start to let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At some point, the moon will move into like a half moon, and it'll be squared. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. So what you're going to deal with is and this is for anybody, is just the moon placement. Where it's happening in the sign matters though, but because you're gearing up for a new moon, so that means you'll have a square. And so the new moon, you started with the new moon at the end of July in Leo, is you starting things, initiating things with creativity, kids, socializing, things like that. After that, we're moving into the full moon. We move into a square, and then we move into the full moon. So the first square in between the new and the full moon, and the full moon we talked about was Aquarius, and now we just passed Aquarius, and now we're back into a square, and then we're going to go into a new moon. So what that means is that whatever you initiate, there'll be some challenging energy where you have to work hard, and then there'll be an opposition which you work even harder, and then it's going to be another square, and then you go to the next new moon. So you see what I'm saying? Especially around the half moons. Half moons is probably going to be a square or a triangle, something like that. So you run through the energy. So like I was telling y'all before, the new moon will start in one side, and the sun and the moon will conjunct. That means they'll be together. So you'll have harmony. You'll look good. You'll feel good. Your identity and your emotions will line up in a place where you want to start and you want to initiate. After that, for you to get to the full moon, the sun and the moon will oppose, and so you can have relationship issues with the opposite sex, issues with your willpower, identity, and your emotions. So you'll feel a push and pull somewhere. You'll feel the split. Where you'll feel it depends where it's in the chart, but you'll feel that. Now for Aries risings this week, what I did note was that you have let's see, you still have the Jupiter placement, you still have the Chiron placement, and you have the moon placement, but at some point you have some Neptune coming into the situation, which could deal with isolation and healing, and issues that question around your identity and your desires. And you can get false starts in having to do things over. Yeah, that's what I noticed from you guys. You had that for this week. Also having to like heal, so doing things like visualizations and meditations. You guys have a lot of that. And then with the moon involved, it can increase the sensitivity, increase the impulsiveness, and doing things and saying things without any type of mechanism where it's like, maybe I should not. Because the moon will be in your first house under this aspect. And so you'll have a lot of intense emotions. Emotions that you might not understand. You can have a lot of spiritual relationships, or you want spiritual relationships, or relationships that are more deeper than mundane, than like a regular relationship. You want to form strong bonds with people. But I do realize, like, for the Aries risings, they do have a component where they can get into the relationships that they want, or they have relationship opportunities, but their families can get in the way. Their families can get in the way and block them. And so they can attract intense and transformative partners this week. And especially under these aspects with how they're placed in the chart, you'll have Saturnian and Uranus principles. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. You can. And so what that can imply, it can imply being scared of restrictions due to the desire of freedom. And the partners that are transformative, they can help with your Saturnian principles, which they can bring truth, reality, and discipline without the idea of like heavy restrictions, or restrictions are excessive. And it can lead to Kundalini with sexual experiences. I guess that's the easy way I can say it. But the reality for an Aries rising this week, they could be open to Kundalini experiences, but their family can get into the way. So outside of last week where you guys had the whole betrayal thing, or people coming in starting with you while you're trying to do your thing, they'll still be there, but you'll have like your family or your mother try to get in the way of that. So I would be mindful of those types of relationships, because Kundalini is very important. It's going to work in a way in which it's the feminine journey that's going through the expression. And so what you will have to do is to protect your feminine journey. Your feminine journey is vital to spiritual ascension. You cannot ascend without that. So you're moving into a space where you can get the tap into the spiritual journey, but your family and your mother can hold you back. You know? So, let me see something. Yeah, so yeah, and I'm not saying that y'all gonna just have like out of this world type of sexual experiences. That's not what I'm saying, but I do see it. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I do see it where they'll get in the way of this type of stuff. You have to leave them alone. You have to leave them alone, because you're in a space where your Kundalini can rise. So last week y'all really want this transformation. You still do, but you have to get away. You have to get away, because they don't want nothing, you know. So, and a lot of people, I don't know. I think sometimes spiritually people can sense when you're about to do things, or you're different, or your vibe feels different, and they either can get in the way, or they want to soak up more than they need to. So I would suggest the Aries risings to put some boundaries in between their family and their mothers and other women, because it can get in a way with the Kundalini energy, and it could be through sex, but you know, the rising of feminine energy, because that's what the Kundalini is. It's a feminine energy that rises up from the root chakra. Anybody can get it. It's not necessarily predicated on being a woman. But yeah, you guys will feel indulgent, lazy. Y'all have a good transit to get money, but this could imply laziness too. Or you guys can get a bargain somewhere. Relationships are happy. Because Venus is in where? 5th house. Okay, so y'all gonna want the finer things. You want to socialize. You want to be outside. You want to be outside and run in the streets a little bit, or get into hobbies. Anything that can revitalize the soul, get you out of the house. Also, it can also be tied to with children as well, if you have any children. Again, Jupiter square Lilith, so again, you'll still have the issues with the women, the family, the mother, like I was telling y'all before. Women can be challenging, could be too trusting of others and less trusting of your feelings and your memories, and ideas around guilt and shame. Competition and having to outsmart family members or traditional other women. Will suggest keeping the distance from your family member, women. And also this will center around feelings of wanting freedom, but not trusting your feelings. Also, Aries rising, y'all could have issues with chest issues, stomach, or womb, like your wombs, like, because Cancer rules like the breast, the womb, the stomach, the digestive issues. Also can be injury to those places, but also alcoholism and sleepiness, because y'all have Neptune in the 12th house. So that is a strong issue with sleepiness. I know that sounds weird, but I feel like y'all have like a vitality issue. So the Neptune and then the 4th house. So having vitality issues, getting like tired and weaker. It could be them people wearing y'all tails out. That's why y'all have to get out of there. Just get out of there, because they're gonna wear you out. And actually, when I get to Gemini risings, y'all have a wear out issue too. I find that interesting. But yeah, y'all, some of y'all might get wore out this week if y'all not clocking. Like, let me get out of here, basically. Because like that, I don't know. I thought that was weird, because I was like, why are so many people having a weird out spirit with these other things? But some people, they'll wear you out. So you gotta get out of there. Issues with anxiety, feeling uncertain about your roots, and you want to have changes in the family, and that is a must. But that's why I say get out of there. Let people sort out their own problems. Everybody is grown. If you're Aries rising, just turn the other way and go home. Find something to do outside of the house. If you can't leave, I will find something to do out of the house. Mind your business at all costs, and I mean it. Mind your business. People start arguing, you lock your door. People ask you any questions, to say you meditating and praying, like find something to do. Go to the library. Just get out of there. You also have placements where you try to work on your destructive behaviors, overcoming emotional instability, and the opportunity for emotional freedom. I also think because of what's happening with the Aries risings as it pertains to family dynamics, I will read books that deal with, like, I know this sounds like petty, but like not petty, but like yikes, but issues that deals with like toxic mothers and toxic families. Like I will actually, because as I was writing the notes, I say, wow, they're gonna have issues dealing with toxic family and maternal figures and women. Did I miss the Leo risings? People keep calling me tonight. No, Doms, you did not miss it. I just started. So Aries is technically the first sign of the zodiac. I just started mainly because people had so many questions, and people were very confused about what their rising signs are and what their sun and moon, try to get everybody caught up. So no, you're good. We just started. But again, if you have any other questions, you could leave it in the chat. But yeah, I just started. Yeah, so I can where did I leave off at? Yeah, so mother issues. I'm like, y'all might listen. If y'all can hear me, if y'all want the book, I have a book that can be put on to like Aries risings. Cause I have a book. It's called Mother Hunger, and that's particularly for like women and their mother dynamics. Like I was just writing, and I'm like, dang, this is terrible. So, but yeah, I just it's what your challenge are. Let's see. Issues with painful and difficult experiences can cause antagonism, rebelliousness, energy, unique expression versus healing. Issues with rejection and not wanting to cause harm, fear and anxiety, feeling misunderstood, which can cause issues with responsibility. Okay, so what y'all want to have is like, again, these are painful experiences, and so what will happen is it can make you antagonistic, challenging, rebellious, and then you have the issue between like my non-conformity versus actually healing, or me doing my thing and versus healing. Don't do that, because y'all up for a Kundalini rising placement where y'all can really grow spiritually. Excuse me. Don't do that. Pick healing, and you can be your unique self while healing. I would not suggest doing that. You'll have issues with rejection, but we already said why, because your family and women and your home life is kind of ghetto right now. Get out of there. Just get out of there and just move on. Listening while I sleep. All right, Deja, if you want to, I'm still gonna timestamp the video, so if you want to come back and listen for your rising sign, you can. But yeah, so this will make you feel misunderstood and give you issues And so that means you want to check out a responsibility. Don't do it. Don't do it. Can Aries risings have energy vampires around them? It's mainly from their family. It's mainly from their family. Like when I look at this, it's mainly from, this is the main issue. There's some other issues, but this has been consistent for them. And it ain't let up since last week. Like when I look last week to this week, it's the same thing. So you're in a situation where they want you to figure this out. Figure this out. So, for instance, this is what I was showing you about the ease coming out of here. So this is the Lilith part. You see it right here under the Cancer sign. Now you see all this is harsh coming to the Jupiter, coming to the moon. It's harshness here. Harsh. So what's going to happen, and this is what I'm saying, you look for ease. Where is it easy to get out of here? Okay, when I go to Lilith, it's ease from Lilith going into Uranus. There's ease with Lilith going into Scorpio South Node. You know what that means? So I already told y'all the Taurus and the Uranus thing with Taurus, that's all about individuality. I'm picking me. I'm going to put me above everything else. That's how you get out. Run that way. Get out of there. You run that way and you'll get out of that. Cause see, that's what you do. You see how there's like a red line going here? Okay, well there's a blue line going here. You go to the blue line. You run that way. That's your way out. Now how they be like, well, the Lord doesn't give you a situation without a way out. It's a way out. Run that way. So that's what you need to do. Then with Scorpio in the South Node, it deals with family inheritances. It deals with the things you inherited from your family. The Scorpio principle, that's death. That's not trusting people. That's seeing people as enemies and not like, listen, I know y'all don't have it for me. I know y'all don't have it for me. For y'all, it'll be issues with change and transformation, having psychic abilities, being able to see things for what they are. It can also, sometimes Scorpio can also mean like magic and occultism. So having a past life of magic and occultism or knowledge around spiritual knowledge and having to get away from those type of people. But yeah, that's what the Scorpio placement rules. It rules transformation, ending and beginnings. Could mean that you have to cut people off. If y'all have root work and y'all believe in root work and y'all want to do that, y'all maybe, I don't know. But what it tells you is where to go to get out of that. You run those are two ways you can get into it. It can also deal with like having past life debts with relationships and having transformation or like unfinished or not having transformation in relationships that you need to. So like if I have a Scorpio in the South Node, it has like the South Node deals with trust issues, with life debts, issues with lessons that you haven't learned. Scorpio has a thing where they want to be intimate with people, want to be close, endings, relationships just ending out of nowhere. Go that way. You don't have to explain to that. And it also means that maybe you need transformation from your life, the past relationships, like finding people to, I guess you could say how they be like, love transforms you. Like, go that way. That's what you run those two ways and you're out of that whole Lilith, evil, mother, family, home thing. That's how you look at the chart. How do I get out of here? There and there. Do those other issues give you problems? They can. But if that's your biggest problem, you look for I would take a small problem than the big one. So that's what you run. That's how you look at the chart. You like, boom, boom, boom. I need to get that way. And I'll figure it out when I get there. So I'll just let you know why I'm quiet. I might fall asleep. They say bye in the chat. It's fine. It's fine, Deidre. So that's cool. Yoda, that's funny. All this Kundalini talk, we might be full Jedi. Hopefully. But yeah, like that's how you that's how you get out of it. You break the energy that way. You look where it's hard at, and then you look where the softness comes out of that. Aries risings should pick themselves this week. Like, leave people alone. because they don't want nothing. And it might make you so rebellious that any opportunity you get is going to be hard for you. And because where your moon placement is, some of the options I gave you feels awkward to you. That's okay. But just because it feels awkward or hard to do, that don't mean you don't do it. Because you have like the moon quincunx the south node. So relationships ending abruptly. Relationships, like there's no lesson learned there. There's no rhyme or reason there. There's not relationships that aren't well lived up to, or things that you've inherited that aren't well lived up to. That's fine. That's fine. You have to be careful. You have to accept that this might not amount to nothing. And that's okay. So, and it's the same. It's been the same thing since last week. Just accept it and just say okay. The main thing what you would have to do is just practice radical acceptance, which is I don't have to like something for me to accept it. It's perfect. It is perfect in its own way. That doesn't mean you're happy or you like it. Just accept it and you move on. Just you accept and you move on. And obviously not that quickly, but that's what radical acceptance is. Like, there's a million decisions. I actually, you know what? I don't know. I might come up with something not just for the Aries rising, but like come up with phrases that help you accept difficult things. Like there's a million decisions that led up to here and they're all perfect. I know black people love to say it is what it is, but that's one. That's called radical acceptance. Things are how they are. When black people like, it is what it is. Things are how they are. Accept the moment. Be present. Don't try to skirt out of the moment and lose responsibility and lose what you're trying to do. Just accept it. So be black and be like, oh, it is what it is. When black people say that, that's what you need to do. Just accept it and move on. Let's see. Having issues with communication, being too okay. Yeah. Okay, you're gonna have issues with being too deep. Issues with emotions and memory. Memory versus logic, or memory versus speaking. Try not to read too deep into the lines. That's why I said just accept things for what they are, because you're going to have a very detailed and a planning mind. You're going to want to try to plan everything because the Mercury is in Virgo right now. So you're going to have things about health, service, analysis. Try to practice good thoughts. This is good for study material though. Like if y'all have to study anything, I would do that. But yeah, your moon placement will make it hard for you to just end a relationship, because it's going to feel like a issue with your shadow side, struggling with memories. I guess you could say it's the dark night of a soul issues with that from like a previous lifetime or past situations. Struggling with memories, you have that again. Struggling with gifts, struggling with restriction. It's the idea of restrictions, the idea that things have to end this way. Which could be doubt. You have issues around doubt, issues with past and unresolved experiences. That's what I'm saying. There is no resolve. Leave. I don't know what the situation is. There really is no resolve. You have to accept that things are what they are. Because the last week, the thing that you have for transformation, the transits, they'll leave at some point. So you can miss an opportunity. And so I know y'all heard me say it where people have like openings to get money, to get fame, or to get, in this case, yours is spiritual growth. Whatever it is, you get an opportunity, but these planets don't stay here. The moment is perfect. The moment is the moment. You can go home and cry after this. But the moment is the moment. So after this moment, you can go home or go wherever you need to go, and you'll be able to get what you need to get. But don't let the moment pass you by because you're afraid. or you have issues with things just dropping off here, because that's what it implies when I look at the chart. Going to have issues with wanting to be of service, or like you want to service people, or like issues kind of like with that. Hating unimportant details. You'll have a good mind in some of these aspects, especially around like the idea of Mercury and Uranus. So like the mind and freedom, issues with the restrictions though. And that's the main thing. You're going to have most of your issues through restriction. Feeling the restriction somewhere, and that's where your issues come in at. Yeah, your sun and your moon will be 1, 2, 3, 4 trines. So you'll look good, you'll feel good in some of your aspects, which can make it easy to deal with. And you can have better experiences with the opposite sex. That's why I said, this could be a placement where you could, it can be like a lover situation, but you open yourself up to have a relationship with partners. But y'all also have a grand trine pushing on Chiron and your moon, which means like not a grand trine, a yard. So that means it's like a fated occurrence, like destiny. And it's destiny where you need to make adjustments, where it'll be unique, some uniqueness, or having a special purpose, trusting that this will work out and being meant to be, even in spite of the chaos. But this also can mean it could be a missed opportunity, because sometimes y'all can imply that, or being shown things that you didn't anticipate being shown. So you just stand strong and make the difference. Do the things that you know are going to make the difference for you. Yeah. You'll be more assertive. You'll have a lot of energy. You'll be physically resilient. It isn't a good time to start things because you're because your details won't be clear. I would use this time to meditate and recenter. I would not mix romance and money, or love and money, because they can be too idyllic, and they might not be what you think it is. And this can imply that you could lose money. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. You could lose money. But yeah, this is a long time in having to recenter and tap into your dreams and your hidden talents and your willpower. A lot of things that deal with intuition and tapping into your inner knowing and unaware abilities. You can have a lot of charm, very popular. You can have a placement where you can imply good independent behavior, but extreme behaviors can mentally regenerate. And your transformation can be a positive transformation, can be with friend groups and looking for positive influences. You can get caught up. You can get caught up in causes. So I wouldn't get too caught up in causes of other people. Just stay focused to what you need to do. And you can meet influential people as well. You can, because your 10th house is in Capricorn. You get a lot of career growth desired, but there can also be delayed growth and secrets, things that aren't visible or that are behind the scenes. We'll have fated occurrences with things around law, court, and others in relationships and diplomacy, passiveness and indecisiveness and codependency. People trying to copy you. A dislike of conflict and issues around career, power, and resources, reputation, and parents and authority. So, okay, y'all see right here, this is a T-square. And so this is the opposition between this, your ascendant, your personality, and Neptune. It's opposing your vertex, which can imply like a fated experience, and then it squares your MC. The square is what breaks it. So being behind the scenes or having like low key reputation, or reputation where you're behind the scenes, you can hold secrets, you're working for your resources, that can help you, because it's already going to be a situation where it'll occur anyway. It'll already occur anyway. So you just work, you find where it will break, and you work that way. Let me see. All right. So now we're going to go to the next day. Now y'all see how I just went to the next day and it's still the Aries rising? That's what I'm saying. Like, you keep the hour. It's an hour in which people are born. You just keep going and you can see the chart. Like, you can see what's happening in the chart. Like, I know that sounds weird to say, but it's true. Like, it's an hour. You know? Yeah. Let's see. I think that's still... All right. And so Neptune, the confusion and the sleepiness, it moves away. It moves, push further into the 12th house. You see the moon slid down here. So now the moon actually becomes a breaking point for the Pluto opposition and this Fortune opposition here. So groups and your self-expression. Transformation in groups versus having Fortune and self-expression with like fantasy, illusion, really do creativity, but it'll break it up with your emotions. You also have a grand trine here. Boom, boom, boom. Your grand trine with the moon, the MC, and the sun. So your feelings and your personality, your career and work, getting attention at work, being a leader at work, or where you service others. So you will have to be careful, because where the moon is placed, it's in a hard aspect with Venus. So that means you could have mixed emotions and get into conflicts with people. Also emotional spending. Venus is again in the 5th house in Leo, so socializing, being outside the house, creativity and hobbies. The moon is squared Fortune, so that'd be karmic triggers and destiny and fate, luck and inner awareness, memory, issues with mother and women, and seclusion. So your emotions could be opposing, like you might have to work for fortune or blessings, and that's the moon. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's Fortune in the 5th house. So you could get Fortune through creative expression, being center stage, and working on your personality. So I do think it's interesting that your 1st house, which deals with your personality, and your moon, your feelings in your personality, are in a hard aspect. So yeah, you have to mainly be mindful of that. Intense emotions with relationships, the relationship changes, subconscious issues like we talked about, controlling women, being subjective versus being objective, issues with your home or cleaning, or your home changes. Let's see, fated interactions with others that can imply marriage. Emotions can be off or run high due to your sense of self. Let's see, your grand trine is in the 1st, 6th, and 10th house like we talked about. Career, reputation, status, personality. Your moon slowly moves into Taurus. It's not in Taurus yet, but it's moving that way. And what that does is going to slowly slide into that placement that's getting close to the conjunct, the Uranus conjunct that we was talking about. So that could still be emotional spending, being self-centered, possessive, security issues, financial issues. Can gain or lose things very quickly. And with Uranus in the second, it can mean changes in income and career, changes in independence and freedom and individuality. And it can be permanent. So I would be careful. But under these situations, the transformation you get from Uranus can help you. Especially getting rid of the old. So, let me see. Yeah. So you can have a lot of popularity, especially around speaking. Let me see something. 2, 3, 1. Yeah, so the moon square Pluto. The issues with willpower in groups and pushing against the group, the transformation that you can have in the group. Let's see. Yeah, so you see by the 16th and 17th, it conjuncts that Uranus stuff that we was talking about for them. And then it opposes that past life issues with relationships, transformation through relationships. Can have a lot of issues with depression and pessimistic attitudes and negative thinking this week. Y'all need to watch that. Yeah, so then you're in another T-square with Saturn. And Saturn in the, let me see something, the 12th house, which deals with alone time, self-evaluation, and sleepiness. Y'all have a lot of sleepiness this week. It's so weird to say that, but y'all do. Y'all should be very tired this week. I'm going to just run through this because I don't think the Aries risings have anything else really. Yeah, so by the 19th, y'all have the moon and the sun, the moon and Mars conjuncting, which is irritability. It can be short, irritable. It can mean a long time, but it's good for the Pluto in the 11th house. It's good for that. It's good for your willpower and dynamics, and really sometimes in group settings. I know that sounds weird, but you would think it wouldn't be, but it is. Also, y'all can be in a situation where y'all could be extra generous with families. Don't do it, because y'all still have that little thing with your mothers and families and home life issues with home. Still don't do it. Let's see. Yeah, another thing I noticed for y'all is that Jupiter moves into the 12th. Y'all still get y'all in a space where y'all can get a lot of favor at the last minute, like luck or situations working out in the last minute. So I don't know. I actually felt, when I was doing this, I actually kind of felt bad for Aries risings because they had a lot of issues this week. Yeah, y'all personalities can get y'all in trouble, like, because your emotions around communications, like, it can give y'all a lot of things. But y'all should be trying to emote in a being emotionally open, being open about your memories and your past and your feelings. I think they're just having a soulful occurrence where they're in a soul transformation period. Because I was writing that notes and it was wearing me down a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, woo wee. I'm ready for this transit to be over, and I'm not even the Aries rising. I'm just over it. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Let me see. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, y'all. Then the last bit, y'all get into you, kind of like a sloppy grand cross. It's kind of weird, but let me see. Is it a grand cross? Yeah, it is kind of a sloppy grand cross with the 1st, 4th, 6th, and 10th house. So self, home, work. Well, being of service and more work. So yeah, they'll have issues with karmic relationships, issues with love and sex, and being high strung and irritable. That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all, it's really good to try to heal from trauma, y'all, because the Jupiter and Chiron conjunct, they can have transformative healing around trauma and issues of justice and morals and religion. They can do really great, but they be prone to be extra generous to their family, and I would not do that. I would not do that because of how the family or women are interacting. Mind your business. I would actually address why you have relationship issues, like because you're in an opening where you could have good relationships with people, and it actually pushes you into a situation where whatever's going on with that Lilith placement, because like y'all see how thick, look right here, y'all see how thick, because the moon moves into Lilith, y'all see how thick that line got before it first started. It was thin, but you see how it builds up in intensity, and then it builds up in intensity here. Because look here, this is Jupiter in the 12th, your ascendant, and the Chiron, they're all conjuncting, and then they're making a strong thing from your reputation, your career, down to your home life and your feelings. It's crazy. I'm about to move on to Taurus risings. Oops. But yeah, I'm about to move on to Taurus risings for y'all week. But yeah, I'm like, dang, it's interesting. But it is interesting when you look at people's charts that way. I think this should be enough, because Aries is a short house, a short rising. No, that's not enough. Maybe it's 11. Not 11:20, maybe 11:05, and I can get Taurus. There we go. But let's see. Maybe 15. Let's do. Oh wow, okay, I keep forgetting that Aries is a short one. Okay, let's do that, because Aries is a weird place. It's not clean like the other ones, so because it is short in a way. I think that's enough. There you go. Okay, so for Taurus rising, y'all still got that cluster right there. Y'all actually have a kite, which is harmonious, which can be good. Is that really thick blue outline right here. This thick blue one. I mean, y'all still in a, I think y'all still in a grand cross. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Kinda. It's not perfect though, because Mars has moved over some. But yeah, y'all are in a grand trine, so y'all still have that independence, wanting to transcend. You still have extreme behaviors, and y'all start to slowly move into authenticity, because the ascendant is in harmonious aspects with the moon with the not the moon, the sun. So individuality is moving into a more harmonious aspect. Then you have Saturn in the 11th house. That means that people can elect you out of groups for leadership, or people from previous relationships coming back around. Yeah. Also, because Pluto is in your 10th house, it's in a hard aspect with your personality, because you can be at career pinnacles, or your reputation can be at a pinnacle, but y'all can get into issues with authority people and authority figures or people over you, and then you can mess up whatever you worked for. You can ruin whatever you work for. You also have where you could get singled out for acclaim or something like recognition. Yeah. Still, y'all have issues with pessimism too, because Saturn is in that hard aspect to here. And Mars is in a hard aspect to Saturn, so that means y'all get frustrated and stressed because y'all want to work really hard, but nothing seems like it's working. But that means you probably have to work within structures, and y'all don't want to because y'all want freedom, and it just don't work that way. It's not going to work that way for y'all. This also means that friends can help and shape goals, like where they want to help to shape your goals, but there's going to be resistance there because it's in a hard aspect to Saturn. So you can have views outside of the norm, meaning like there will be views outside of norms, or like rigid, what is it? Rigidity? I don't think that's it. I'll figure out the word, but y'all are very rigid in like when you interact with people. They could be very fixed into some of their views. And maybe dealing with people's selfishness and misery. So like the groups, the Saturn placement, they would want to offer you help, offer teamwork and delegation, but there can be issues with arrogance, issues with taboo ideas and free thought and unconventional thinking, and talking about change, which makes you feel like you're doing it alone. So you might work in a way where it implies self-mastery, which is possibly why you'll get the attention and the recognition that you're going to get, because you probably going to have to do something alone, working alone. Yeah, something of that a sort. But it is what it is. I really think y'all might bump into someone who comes back with like a weird because you want to break up tradition, and they might kind of want to sometimes be kind of stern or fixed in the future ideals and group dynamics. And whatever you do for your career reputation, it is karmic, and it can be it can lead people by example. It can teach people something about like humanity. It can teach them an example. Whatever you try to like innovate, like whatever you try to change. Again, this is very polarizing, so you'll either have a lot of success or a lot of failure, but you'll have a lot of drive, and you could possibly be tempted into ruthlessness, and you could be hard on yourself. I would not suggest the ruthlessness though, because Pluto, like some of these planets are in retrograde, and they'll come out of retrograde. So that means that some of the planets that are showing harshness, that means that you could be harsh if you want to, but the planet, like I told you, they'll move forward and backwards. So whatever you put out, it's going to come right back, because they're going to go over that degree again, and they're going to lock up and make that formation in your chart again. I wouldn't recommend. I don't do that. But yeah, you will be kind of open-minded, and you, outside of wanting to learn new things, But yeah, you could meet people who have negative or perfectionistic or critical thoughts, or they want to be do things the old way. Because you're gonna have that freedom and wanting a different life, or a past, away from the past issues with who you used to be, wanting to figure out things on your own, issues with your shadow side, lessons not learned, old patterns, a soul's journey through time and space versus physical space. So you want to physically change things, but you also have to deal with your soul's transformation through time and space. So how your soul transforms, which can also sometimes mean you low-key could be the problem, because you want to move things around physically to equal a soul journey. Like, my soul has transformed, which can give you baggage and issues with people in your relationship to them. So you can transform and do all of these things, but how you are managing the relationship still can cause issues. Because you want to have non-conformity. You don't want to be restricted. And also the idea between rapid change and sweeping change. So you want rapid change that's really quickly versus a sweep, where it's like a sweep. You notice when you say sweeping change, it changes and it can be over time, but you notice the sweeping changes in order. It's from this side to the next. Like, it's not random. Rapid change is just everybody just stop what they're doing. It's kind of random. A sweeping change is like it slides over and it changes. And that's what the Taurus rising has an issue with. So yeah, they'll have enemies or people where they feel like they're coming after him. But they'll also be having issues with, like, again, their relationships with others and becoming whole through others versus being alone and wanting to be left alone and being aloof. And this could be, I don't want to say bad, but this could be development, because it can be, Scorpio isn't bad, because Scorpio can be like love born out of the depths of passion. You know, and in the 7th house, it can mean committing to that love that is born out of passion. It could be sexual attraction, taking relationships to the next level. But because it's the South Node, it's the problem, the issues with commitment, the issues with love and deep passion. Because they're like the Uranus and that Taurus thing is acting in a non-passionate way. It's non-meaningful. Some of the change could be non-meaningful. So that's where they'll get, where they feel like this person became my eye. Well, it could be that the person was passionate and you were not. That's where it is. Because Taurus can be possessive, and Scorpio, they both can be possessive. But Scorpio is possessive in a passionate way. Taurus is not necessarily, like, the sign doesn't naturally rule passion. It rules like ownership, and like, I naturally own this. Like, it's reliable. It's always here. It's always like right here when I need it. So they'll have issues with other people. So they're going to have issues with people being in cooperation versus people being suspicious because of how they're acting. Which is probably why they'll feel like this could seem like a op or something, but it's like y'all also acting kind of like interesting. I would not start anything new, because they can be, things aren't as clear. And because, let me see something. Yeah. 15th. Let's go to the 16th. Yeah, I would not start nothing new. Yeah, because your moon gradually moves in from the 12th house, so there could be deception and confusion. People are going to want to try to get you to help them with something. You still have an issue with risk-taking and impulsiveness and being quick of temper, saying things or doing things, because it's pushing it to the 1st house from the 12th, from here and here. But this can imply like people trying to be slick somewhere. But yeah, Still having mixed emotions. You still could get into conflicts with people. Still can have issues with controlling people. And I think because this Pluto placement, it comes here, which is like a surprise because it's coming from the 12. This can apply controlling family members or controlling women, but it's coming from 12s to here. It could affect your reputation and your career. And possibly, let me see. Yeah, your love life. Because it's coming down here. Love and money. Also, your free expression, being able to run around the house and run outside and being able to interact with people or with your kids as well. But yeah, it can really like push into that. And mainly because it's coming that way, but it's pushing into your first house. It could also imply that technically, because it's unknown and unconscious, maybe you unconscionably act that way. So you could be the controlling family member. Because the 12 kind of has like that whole unknown hit, like enemies as friend, but sometimes it has that like unconscious or like spiritual aspect where it just comes in like out of the back, like without anticipation. You know. So let's see. Yes, see, now it's finally in the first house, but now you have the moon in aspect with because this is the next day. It can help with career now. Now, like you see, where it's just like was in 12th, and here that was becoming charging. Now is like working in harmony with your reputation. The moon is wild that way. The moon is wild that way because if you just wait long enough, it'll move in a way, but this also can have issues with loneliness, shame, and guilt, especially from past memory or things like that. But because the moon is involved, there could be people who want to help. So you have issues with emotions and mood swings and safety. You also can have people moving in and out the house. I think y'all might get a person that comes in and want to move into your house. Y'all also can have a woman or friend in the public bring a business opportunity. But yeah, you guys can understand your psychology. By this point, you understand the psychology and help channel the sexuality into creativity and being open, dealing with desires and obsessions. Can have faded occurrences around work and health and responsibilities, with choices and partnerships, art, beauty, things like that. Yeah, it is interesting though. But that's why I said that chaos, the Taurus rise, they come in there, starting stuff. I don't. It's mainly because they want change, but again, it's the physical change versus like a spiritual change. Like, you know how when people say you come in here and then you try to move the furniture around. That's what Taurus be doing sometimes. Like, change is for the sake of change, which could be superficial. And so Scorpio, the reason why they're going to have an issue with Scorpio in the past life, that's because Scorpio is passionate, is a deep psychological sign. You can't do that. That's why y'all will have an or y'all will have opposition from the 7th house in the sign of Scorpio with a lesson you have not learned. Moving around the furniture doesn't mean that you changed. It doesn't mean that you've changed. It just means that the couch is now facing the door. That's it. So I don't have an issue with the Taurus risings wanting that. They just have to understand not being quick with change where it's not getting you what you think it is. So they're going to want to change. It makes them irritable because they can't move life around fast enough. That's not how that works. And I think that's it, mainly for them. All right, I'm about to move into Gemini risings. That should be midnight, I think. Yeah. Let's see. There we go. All right, Gemini rising, y'all was pretty easy. Y'all have Mars pushing from the 12th into the 1st, so drive, can lose common sense, not have any common sense, which can cause accidents to happen. You can sympathize with other people, which can again it can get you caught up in situations that you don't need to be in. And this can drain your confidence and your energy. Focus on charity and dreams. Also, you can have minor injuries and infections this week. That's what it, like, it comes from the, like, I mean, not the back because it's the 12th house, but I guess you can understand, like, it just comes out of nowhere. I'm scared for this one. No. But when you have people preying on your sympathies, what they want is pity. They don't want compassion. So, like, for instance, like, if somebody say, oh, I lost my job, blah 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 blah, maybe they lost it from their own actions or not, right? You then don't fill out the applications. Maybe the most that you do is you might call some people you know who maybe they work in HR and they say they're hiring these places, and then you tell your friend, like, look, I asked around if anybody was hiring. They say they hiring at the Dollar Tree, they say they hiring up at the hospital, and they hiring at the 7-Eleven. You can go over there and put in the application. You don't then, like, let them stay on your couch, you know, fill out the application for them. No, because it's going to drain your energy. That Mars, the energy that's coming from the 12th, is like backup energy that's coming in from that. Plus, it's already a thing with unknown injuries and accidents, or unforeseen and like infections and stuff like that. So if you already know you have that coming in from the back, you then don't go looking for it. I guess that's the best way, because the 12th is like from behind, because the first house is this, your sense of self, and it can rule a lot of times your physical body. The 12th is what's behind you, which you cannot see. It's unanticipated. So you know that people are going to prey on your sympathies. You let them, you know, you can help them. That's why it's compassion. Compassion is that's what you did. Pity is like you doing too much for them. You taking away their dignity. Let them stand up and do what they need to do. You know, you was compassionate and you gave them help. Like, here's some jobs you could look for. Or I heard they was hiring over there. You know, that's what people get. That's actually why you get bad luck, because there's some people that don't need that. Y'all also could be helping the wrong people too. Like, that's why you get bad luck. That's why you offer compassion. You don't offer pity. And if you can't yet offer pity, if you can't learn the difference, or you haven't learned it yet or master it, then sometimes you're best off not offering anything, because it can get you in trouble. So Sailor Mermaid, you do have an aspect where your personality can mislead people about your true self, which can be like a harmful personality trait, like we talked about before. It means you collect an authenticity, and it basically be your personality versus your identity, how you truly feel. So, try to, because that's the sun. So, yeah, it puts you in this T-square here. But what it does is, because that 12, that's why you can't use that Mars on other people, because this opposition right here is your identity versus Saturn. And so maybe who you are at home or a secret is opposing to like an authority figure. How your identity, how you really feel. But what breaks that up is that Mars energy that's coming in, that hidden Mars energy that makes you have confidence, have energy, have drive, want to set goals. That's why you can't lose common sense and be helping people who ain't got nothing, because they're going to burn you up. And so that way, when you're dealing with this sun opposing Saturn, which is like your identity opposing like an authority figure, or your identity opposing restrictions, work versus home, when you're dealing with what's hidden versus what's expressed openly, notice that what breaks it up is a hidden drive versus a hidden identity. That's why the ascendant and the sun sign down here, which is like a hidden identity which people don't clock, that's why they're in a hard aspect. But it breaks this up, because this is even harder. You see how this line even thicker? You need that energy. That's why you can't help the dusties. That's why you can't help them. That's exactly why you can't help them, because you need it for yourself. So yeah. And this already here, because the sun is your willpower and your vitality. This right here can mean like a low vitality. This can also mean wins and losses. So like whatever you put in, you deserve. So if someone come in and snipe up your energy on some crybaby bullshit, you already done let them have it. You don't even have the energy to fight for this, whatever this karmic win or loss is. Whatever you deserve, you get it. So you really can't afford that right now. Whatever you put in, you'll earn it. This is great for whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. That's why you cannot help them. I cannot help you, my sister. I don't have it today. But thoughts and prayers. So, and your identity that's in the 4th house, it has to deal with being self-involved. And not in a self-involved isn't bad. It means you're focused on what you need to do. Having creativity, sports, and socializing away from the home and family, and things that are kept hidden, your private life. So yeah. And because where the moon is, where's the moon? Boom. Okay, so it's in harmony. So in groups, this right here is mean like you could go easy on family members or be generous. It's good because it comes down here, it creates a harmonious aspects, and so that means it can make you popular. You can create ease in family and home dynamics, or within, in this case, groups, or with women, maybe in groups of women. You also have, where is it? Venus. Venus is in harmony here. So your love life, you're going to be very, very flirtatious, open, playing around, having fun. It isn't bad. And it's good, but you need that hidden drive and strength. You see how it connects to this harmonious aspect in group, this harmonious aspect in romance. It's all connected right here in that Mars. You don't have time for that, because this is the thickest. It's a thick ass red line. You don't have time for that. So you just have to be careful of that. Because this part here, because where it is, can be friends and networking. Although it's detached, though, it could be friends and networking in there, but also a lot of drive. So this what it is supercharged. This drive right here that's coming in from 12th house. You know. So it's also in harmony with, watch out. Yeah, so your Pluto in the 9th is in harmony with your ascendant. So that means that, you know, can be an intense person, a lot of transformation, a lot of regenerative properties. Can be resilience, resiliency, because like Pluto means transformation. And Pluto in the 9th house could be like a renewed sense of purpose, spirituality, awareness of self in the world, wanting to get in higher education, also legal issues. Legal issues can be unfavorable. So I wouldn't get into any legal issues until like this little placement right here. You see that, even though it's harmonious, but when you have Pluto in the 9th house, that's what it can mean. So it might mean a hidden strength, because see how it softens it to this aspect, even though the planet here isn't nice. It isn't a nice placement. That's what I'm talking about with niceness or harshness with harshness. Okay, you have a harsh placement that breathes something nice out of it, which is that moon in the Mars placement in the 12th house, which can deal with deception. So like we say, when people could be deceptive or trying to prey on your sensibilities, but it also means you can have a lot of hidden drive or ambition pushing, fueling you. That's what, if you have any legal issues or issues where things are unfavorable for your sense of purpose, it softens it. It's not perfect, but it'll soften the issue. You know, you already have a VX here in Libra, and Libra deals with court and co-workers, and then it's in the 6th house, so working with others. So it can be some awkwardness or harshness working with other people due to your personality. It's just gonna be sometimes hard to integrate. But yeah, you do have more than one placement that can imply accidents too, because you're moving too fast. Also, it can imply arrogance and aggression, because the sun placement is squared here. So there could be arrogance, it could be aggression, like nobody can tell you nothing. But that means accidents. That's probably why it's a high component, because it's in the 12th house already, which means accidents and infections or injury. So increase your chances for injury. So you have to be careful of that. Don't be so robust in a way where you hurt yourself. So yeah. And it's already here with Saturn, so you'll be frustrated with work. Feel like you need to make progress. Again, it can cause an accident. And relationship issues. That's your main thing for the Gemini rising's accidents, because the Saturn here also means a career pinnacle. Just like how we said the previous sign with Pluto there means a career pinnacle, but they can be challenging to authority figures and that can ruin their career. Here with Saturn, it can mean a career pinnacle. And whatever your dreams and your hard work can pay off, or it can flop. Mainly it depends on what you've done, because Saturn makes aspects every 7 to 14 years. That's why you get the Saturn return. That's only one Saturn aspect, but you can have another return in around 60, and if you live long enough, like, you'll keep going. But it's at a pinnacle, so whatever you did for, it's in 7-year intervals that Saturn makes these impacts. So whatever you did for the last 7 to 14 years, this will amount to, it'll strengthen or be a fly. Whatever you did as far as in career, work, reputation, and your resources, it'll amount to that. I wouldn't suggest taking the easy way out either. Don't be cheap, because you already have that Saturn principles, like we talked about before. Saturn respects hard work. It does not respect growth without maturation. This could also kind of mean relocation for work too, a little bit. But yeah, mainly because you'll have a good dynamic with friends here. But because Neptune is in the 11th house with the groups of women you'll get along, it could also be deception. Some of them will be good, but some of them won't. They could be too trusting. I wouldn't trust anything new. Nothing new. But you can enable them. So I'm anticipating maybe the deception can come from a group of friends or an organization, groups. And because the moon is here, women, family, they can come in and bring deception. I'm sorry I'm late for the response. I guess for me, growing up in a toxic, stormy household, I had to learn to throw people off and how I'm feeling in order to protect myself, or putting on different masks to keep myself. Yeah, that's why I said it's not bad, because you can use it this week. I actually just thought about that. For you personally, okay, you have a Gemini rising. I think you said you have a Virgo sun. I think you said a Virgo sun or Virgo moon because it was your mother. And your sun, I think, was in Capricorn. Let me scroll up because I actually was like, oh shoot, bam, you could use it this week when whoever being sneaky try to play you. Let me scroll up to see what you said. Yeah, Capricorn sun, Gemini rising, Virgo. Okay, bam, bam, bam. We about to map it out real quick. Okay, so you have a Gemini rising. This isn't going to be perfect because I don't have all of your degrees perfectly, but we're going to do a guesstimation. Quick maths. So you have a Virgo moon, the moon and Mercury. Okay, so let me slide this up so you can see it real quick, because I know you scared because it seemed like a hater about to slide out the friend group. I get it. Or people trying to be slick could slide out the friend group or groups. Like you get up in like organizations or type of things like that. I don't know. But okay, if your moon is over here, well, I don't know if it's in the beginning degrees or not, but we're going to just guess in the middle. Because if it's in the early degrees, it'll be here next to your sun. If it's not, it'll be over here. But we're going to guess the middle because that's the safest bet. So, if your moon is with Mercury, that means you're very persuasive. And people, public speaking, that you can like win people over. Bam, right? So we're just going to assume it. If it's really close to Mercury, we're going to assume that it is. So let's just assume that it's conjunct, right? That means it's going to trine this whole independent streak right here in Taurus in the 12th house. So hidden independence, bam. Already got that on lock, right? If it's over more this way, it can trigger, it can kind of be in a hard aspect with the drive in Mercury, which is not bad, but Now, let's see. You said Virgo. Then you said Capricorn. Okay. If you have a sun placement in Capricorn, Pluto in the sun, like I told you before, like Scorpionic or Plutonian principles in the sun, that means a lot of willpower. So if it's in a harmonious aspect over here or over here in the 8th house, I'm not sure. But if it can be either be in the 9th or the 8th house, that means that it could possibly either be quincunxed, which means it'd be kind of awkward, or a struggle to integrate. If it's closer to this part, which is the back end of Pluto, the back end of Capricorn, or in the higher end of Capricorn, I don't know the degree number, but if it's in the beginning versus the end, then that means it's in a harmonious aspect to your drive. So a lot of willpower coming in. So what that means is that because you have this little weird friend group and deception with this Neptune, somebody trying to deceive you, a woman or a family member try to deceive you or play on your the energy that you have. That's why I said people can feel. I can feel that you got the strength in you. So I'm about to put all this on your back, baby. I'm about to put it all. I'm about to lay it all on you. And then you already have like a lot of earth placements. And I will say earth placements, I'll be honest. I do think a lot of people try to play earth placements because they think that y'all have enough resiliency for me to dump things on you. You already got a Capricorn sun and you already have a Virgo moon. I'm pretty sure people come and back up all the types of shenanigans on you. Don't do it. But they're going to try it though. So depending where it is, I do think it'll be mostly favorable. Because I'm guessing, I'm only doing the middle of the zodiac signs because I don't know your degrees for sure. But under this transit, I do think this will be favorable for you. Because again, like we said, somebody's being deceptive. So I know it took you a while to admit to that, which is fine, you know, no pressure. But the mask can help. This is why you have to master it. That's why when you learn to take it on and off, but it can help you. And if you haven't mastered compassion, which means redirecting that energy to where you can help without draining your energy or taking up someone else's karma or their cause, don't just say, wow, that's crazy. I hope it works out for you. That is so sad. And move on. And it's not fake. You really could mean it, but you know, that don't mean that you really can. That don't mean you do it. You don't do it. You know? But yeah, your placements where they all can actually help you. I know it don't feel like it, but it does in this way. I forgot to type mine. Capricorn sun, Aquarius moon, Leo rising. Okay. Let's see. That's cardinal fixed. Okay. That means in essence the fixedness of your rising and the fixedness of your moon does help in a way, because it how your feelings and how you express is more in harmony. Is in harmony with each other. The sun placement throws them off. So that's what throws them off, because it's out of mode for them. That's what we're talking about with what's in mode and what's out of mode. That's what we're doing for Sailor Mermaid right now, because she has in mode and out of mode things. So she has to be mindful of that. Yours, because yours is cardinal fixed. How your moon sign and your rising sign is harmonious. So if your Capricorn is here, which is the sun, and then your rising sign is Leo, and your moon sign is Aquarius, so that means that your moon and your rising sign are opposing. Yeah. So that means that how you come off is opposing to your feelings. I know this sounds weird, but yeah. And then your cardinal, this is one. Boom. And then this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's quincunx. So yeah, the Leo, the cardinal throws them off because it's quincunx. It's kind of like weird. I know people are like, what the heck? And the Capricorn comes out at a weird time where they're like, I was not expecting that. Like, I know that sounds weird, but that's just how it is. But your moon and your rising sign are opposing. So your emotions and your personality can seem different, but because they're in the same mode, it could throw people off. If they were in the same element, it could be easy. There's easiness there because it makes trines. It doesn't make trines in the same mode. It makes squares. It makes opposition. So your personality, people think you're Leo rising means you're social, you're out there, blah, blah, blah. The Aquarius moon, that detachment takes them off guard. And then the sun placement with the Capricorn, it takes them off guard every time. They're not anticipating that detachment, because Aquarius and Saturn and Capricorn are ruled by Saturn together. It's the detachment and that takes them off guard, or sternness or coldness that takes them off guard. Yeah, my grandmother is a Pisces. She's a manipulator. a narcissist. I notice she tries to manipulate me, but gets mad because I see through her. Yes, and I call her out on it. Yes, that's why it works. That's why it works. But you know what's interesting about your things, Sailor? You said you had a Virgo moon. Boom. Virgo moon. Okay. So under the Virgo moon, that is opposing to Pisces. Those are in oppositions. They're opposing each other. So even though they say like that they're sisters, I'm gonna be like sister signs, but you know, they're opposing. So your grandmother, you could be picking up on it, because Virgo is supposed to be able to read the material, and Pisces isn't about material. It's about otherworldliness, like non-material, spiritual, kind of broken up. That's why sometimes Pisces can have like that airiness to them, because that's what they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be floating around anyway. But Virgo, that is about exacting, is about analyzing. So she doesn't like that she can be analyzed. But yeah, that's what that actually helps you. While I get detached sometimes, yeah, you will, because the that social butterfly rising takes people off guard. It takes people off guard every time. So, no, this will help you. This week, this will help you. And that's all that matters. It don't need to help you at everything. You just need to know where to put it so you can get out of there. That's it. It doesn't have to be a thing. Hey guys. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a thing. So that's why I don't tell people, I don't think there's a bad chart, and I wouldn't be upset like when you said your upbringing had to make you do that to protect yourself. I know it's hard because you have to confront those feelings, and so maybe like you said, you're struggling with emotions, but I wouldn't be upset about it, because in situations like this, it's a gift. It's something that you mastered. Now the downside of it is learning to emote appropriately under certain contexts, but it's, you know, it's not a bad thing, because in situations like this where you can be groups of women and family being extra generous with family, and they want you to be extra generous doing something physical like labor, taking on a cause for them, because the moon is here. It's with Jupiter. Now I can't take up a cause for you, but I can show you where to go. That'll help you. So, you know, just understanding that I don't think people should be too upset or harsh about the things that they've gone through, because it does give you some insight or a skill that you had to master. Now it's time for you to learn other things now. That's life. You get some things and you lose some things, but that's what you got. You have that now. So in situations like this, that's what you master. Because the inverse of that is someone who has a very non-manipulative family and a very supportive family. But in this time where I read for the Gemini risings, what you have, when deception comes, they cannot read it because they never were exposed to it overtly. So that's what they would have to learn. See, it's very different. Everyone is different. So, hey 199. Cool, thanks. Sometimes a detachment is good. I need to learn to incorporate it more. Sometimes detachment is good. You know, you don't have to be up close on everything. But in your case, Sailor, particularly for your top 3, the sun, moon, rising, is learning how to emote the emotions that you need to, when you need to, because it is helpful. So learning when to, and that's depending on your chart, where the ease is coming out of that, learning how to give the emotions how you're supposed to, because how they're placed. Thanks for the information last week. It really helped out. Good. You know, but that's what you're gonna have to do. But yeah, I would not start anything new, because like I was saying, for those Gemini risings, even though the Neptune is harmonious, it could mean that there's distortion or confusion somewhere. Things aren't as clear as you think they are. Because by the, what is this? Boom. Because I want to show you something. By the 16th, yeah, so like this fortune part, it creates a harmony to your ascendant, and that's conjunct to the Mars and taking on causes. So you can get fortune if you mind your business. It's not going to help you. Yeah, mind your business. It has nothing to do with you. Do you do readings? Yes, I do readings. But y'all gonna have to give me a minute. I know a lot of people keep asking, and I have to. There's something I have to do a little bit right before that, before I just start taking on people. Just give me like a spidget second. I'll make a community post and everything, and I'll have Dark Crimes posted too when I'm like really ready to do it. But just give me just a little bit of a second, just a smidgen. But yeah, that's what that is. You know, I was like, you having that poker face isn't always bad. It's not bad. It's when you're using it. So in your intimate relationships, not good. When someone's trying to be slick like they're being this week, very good. Very good. I guess the best way you can do it is, again, harshness with harshness, or nastiness with nastiness, or hard, like a hardness. The energy is matching. It's the same frequency. They're giving the same vibration. That's what you have to do for that. If someone's being loving and tender, you don't do that. That's out of place and inappropriate. You know? But that's the same, you giving the same frequency back. So that's what you would have to learn. It's alright, take your time. Yeah, it's not gonna take me long. I just have to, it's like maybe like something else I have to do outside of that. It should be soon. Really, by like, you know what, let me not promise nothing, because you know you shouldn't give your word for nothing if you're not sure. So I don't want to be beholden to that, or charge the room with a promise that I might or may not be able to do, depending if, you know, the universe lets me. So I don't want to promise y'all nothing that I'm not about to like really do, or like something happens. But soon, that's what I'll say, soon. So yeah, let's see. I think that's for the most part for the week. Cause yeah, y'all had that weird deception. Vertex. Boom, boom, boom. I think that's it. Because by the 16th, you see how the moon moves away from that generosity where you kind of, I don't want to say like weak, but like where you're prone to being generous with them, with this Jupiter thing. It moves away from it rather quickly. But you still get the deception from a friend group. Like something is not clear in group dynamics. Or like even if it's just like a hope or a dream, or like a wish that's not clear. The 11th house can also imply like being like a black sheep, like a distortion of a black sheep, like maybe, or like being, you get what I'm saying, like things like that. Or people who are from the 11th house can also deal with people from different tribes or from different placements or places. But whatever that is distortion there nonetheless. And it's under the sun at Pisces, so that can deal with oneness, compassion. It can deal with like diseases that people don't get to the bottom of, spirits, ghosts, being like a martyr, enemies as friends and friends as enemies. And so it could be that they could be a friend that could be an enemy that's a friend. Like just watch your back. It's just weird. It's a Pisces in the 11th house is a distortion of groups. Maybe the group isn't what you think it is. Because the Pisces rules mystery, glamour, illusion, confusion, a fog. So you have to be careful of that. And then with the Mars in the 12th house coming in, there is again a hidden action trying to be pushed upon you. So you would have to be careful of that. I think that's for the most part. I'm gonna still zoom through the week to see if any more aspects move, but I think that's mostly it though for the Gemini rising. Let me just zoom past real quick, but I think that's mostly it. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I think that's mostly it. Let me go 2 or 3 more days out. Yeah, I think that's mostly the thing for this week. Like somebody trying to be slick. So you just be mindful of that. Yeah, so the moon comes in with Moon Mars by the 20th. The moon crosses into Gemini. So that means you could be irritable and you can have conflicts. Possibly conflicts with women. I honestly think that by the 20th, it's going to gear up for wherever that deception is. And because the Jupiter, you see what I said, like the Jupiter part and the moon part means the harmony with family or being generous with family or indulgent. This two together, it can apply conflict. Yeah. Yeah, because they want you to be, it's conflict. They want you to give the abundance to them. There's the abundance from the 12th. They're like an impulsivity in abundance, not thinking through. You giving, being generous. Because like I said before, Jupiter is expansion. It doesn't have maturation. It's not nothing earned. So they want something they have not earned. This is the conflict. The moon in the first house can imply also impulsiveness and rash actions, not thinking things through. You also be more social, be very popular, can be flirty, but yeah. This deception is still here, but I noticed the Neptune placement isn't down here anymore because Mars has started to push back up into the 12th house. So deception starts to break down a little bit. So your moon is in a harmonious aspect with your MC, so a woman can help your career, or you might be the woman that helps someone's career, or women in the public. Moon is in a harmonious aspect with Venus. This is good. That means, because it's like money. So Venus doesn't just rule love, it rules money. It rules money. So they can create ease in relationships. It could be an ease in relationships with like siblings, neighbors, but it can make romance very easy. Mars. Yeah. Might can also bring stern energy where you might not, your willpower could be opposed to your identity, because all of this is conjunct. So it could give you some identity, those a little bit, but fortune's here. So fortune can go back to dealing with things that are hidden, or things that are tied to your family tree, or tied to your childhood. It could also be luck and fortune. So it can give you an opportunity to work through whatever you was describing growing up in this situation. Some of those situations, it can give you some growth there. I think that's pretty much it. I want to check the 22nd, and I think that's it for Gemini. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's it. You still can get generosity and help from groups, but again, there's still deception there. But your personality is in harmony with this though by the end of the week. But yeah, I'm about to move on to Cancer, but I think that's interesting. Any questions, Sailor Mermaid? I'll go down one more hour to get to, that should be Cancer. There you go. All right. Yeah, Cancer, y'all still have Lilith in the first house, bro. Y'all still have Lilith in the first house, and it's in harmony with Uranus. So freedom, tapping into your non-conformity, freedom in groups, freedom from traditions, family norms. It's getting more and more interesting. Yeah, it is interesting. I tell people like, I don't like astrology, blah blah blah. I'm like, maybe I also feel compassion for them, because a lot of people cannot read, and a lot of people do things which it's not necessarily easy for them to understand, or people try to do things in a way where it doesn't work that way. So like a rising sign, like I was telling you, a rising sign is a bit more easy for horoscopes. A sun or moon sign is hard. Look how many houses from 1 to 12. Like anybody's sun and moon could fall into this, even if they're the same zodiac sign. It's too much. I'm pretty much good for now. Good. But yeah, let's see. That's interesting. Okay, so the Cancer, you'll have, again, being generous to family, or reputation of easiness, laid backness, but it's in opposition with your ascendant, so you don't want to be generous to family. Yeah, or they don't want to give the generosity. Maybe families don't want to give generosity, or women don't want to give the generosity at work. But there can be deception at work too for Cancer risings. Things aren't what they seem to be, because it's in the 10th house from your first. Deception. That's why you also have a harmonious thing with trying to break away from freedom, from normalcy in groups. Let's see, square for Chiron, and this can provide issues from healing, issues with healing versus non-conformity. That's an individuality from groups. Let me see. Yeah. Let's see. The non-conformity does help your reputation in your career, the MC. Let's see. Yeah, it's also harmonious with the past life issues of relationships ending and moving on past them without any type of recourse, like a dropping of energy or being suspicious of relationships right now. True astrology is a bit to take in for those who aren't familiar with it beyond their sun sign. Yes, it is. It is. I have thoughts, but I'm not about to be petty, so I'm gonna keep it to myself because I'm gonna try kindness. But I do notice, I don't know, I think the best way I can say is like when you bump into people who are disciplined and who aren't, you can tell the difference. And that's something that you could see in like spirituality or spiritual practices or any type of these types of disciplines. And so some people aren't they're not disciplined. And you could see the non-discipline, the rebelliousness, or you can see it because they're not. You can see it. That's all I'm gonna say, because I don't want to be make it about that, but it is interesting. So that's why when people they feel a way about it, I can understand, because there's a raggediness that you can see, and it isn't helpful to people who really enjoy the craft or people who enjoy helping others or want to provide the service to them, Now, what I do find interesting, this is just a side note, when I looked at Madam like Cleo, her chart, she has a chart for it. She was always going to get fame and attention. That's why it was awfully weird that she was doing all of that, those antics. So she would always would have been successful in that field if she would have really like been disciplined. So that's why I just, that's an example of people being raggedy somewhere and undisciplined. Because what's for you is for you. So, yeah. All right. And then you have Lilith in harmony with your Mercury. You're going to have be able, the way you think, write, and communicate is going to help with your transformation and freedom. And that's in the 4th house. So hidden emotions and hidden thoughts, transformation for your physical, your freedom and personality. But yeah, you're going to have this rebellious and challenging energy. And people, women and family will come to you with this too. They will pour in with that. But mostly this week is not bad, because the most thing you have is this Jupiter and Moon placement, and that can cause ease and stuff like that, and laziness. So you have issues with people being lazy at work, lazy in their career. Y'all will have an issue, but it's not actually it's not that bad for Cancer rising, because most of these are blue and harmonious. And they get a lot of leeway right now on the 15th. Let me see something. Let's see. Let's go to the 18th. I think that's mostly it, because most of their stuff is harmonious this week. Yeah, it moves into a grand trine even. Because you see, from here, this little symbol right here, and then this MC, and then this part right here. You notice it makes this blue triangle. If you follow where with this little thing is, it makes a blue triangle. So it creates ease. It actually does help you at some point. It'll help your personality, will help your career and reputation, and it can help your expression and career and romantic life. So, and Lilith also deals with sexuality. So it could be that people they have arousal. They could be aroused. You can feel sexual arousal, or sometimes it's just arousal in general. That's why sometimes it can be challenged. Sometimes arousal isn't just sexual. Sometimes it's aggression. So you can see that too. And it's in harmony here with this little cluster. Remember I told y'all about that whole Uranus North Node moon cluster? Well, not really the moon. The moon just came in here, but this cluster right here. Now this moodiness and fluctuating, you can get into group dynamics where somebody has moody behaviors. Moods are fluctuating. Moods around wanting to be different in a group dynamic, but it's harmonious for you because you want to be free too. So it still works out even though they're doing that. That's funny. Maybe you get around people who want to be different too. So y'all can be non-conforming, rebellious, and doing our own thing. We do that together. That's funny. Only thing y'all have is this hard aspect to fortune that's in Libra in the 4th house. And I think it's mainly because Libra has to deal with merging and coming up to be balanced and making choices. And Lilith doesn't want to make those choices. Lilith just want to be like, girl, I'm doing my own thing. Get out of here. I don't want to consider nobody. I consider me. But it's in the 4th house, which deals with family, deal with hidden things. And Libra deals with like considering other people. So it's going to be an issue. But fortune doesn't last long. And it's a fast moving thing. Trying to see if there's anything else. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it for y'all Cancers. But you can have distortions at work. You also can have luck at work too, because Neptune's there, but Jupiter's there too. So you could get like a raise or something. But because it's a hard aspect, I don't know. It's weird. I think it's such a weird aspect. Because it's like, with Jupiter, it's like good, but it's in like a square. You might have to work for the raise or work for the promotion or something like that. Or you might feel a pushback because Lilith also has like a rebelliousness. So I don't know. You might rebel against that too. It's interesting. It is an interesting placement. But you do have like a Jupiter here. But the Neptune means like everything like really is not how you think it is. It is not how you think it is. So I don't know. Maybe the pushback might be good. I actually would just consider things at work. Because even though things can seem pleasant, you can get a lot. There's also a lot of confusion. Then you also have people working on like healing or processing their identities at work. Because Chiron deals with healing. It deals with processing. It also deals with a soul journey. Then you have Aries here, which deals with competition, deals with who am I, taking on challenges, and that's in a hard aspect. So someone could be challenging with you at work. I don't know. It's weird because Neptune's there too, but I mostly would say because Jupiter's there, which is like yeah, but Neptune's there too, so it's like something is not as the same. Because usually Jupiter and Neptune together can mean romance as well. Jupiter and Neptune can mean romance or love at work, or have a reputation for that. But Jupiter's in Aries and Neptune's in Pisces, and Pisces can imply like glamour, mystery, but deception. And then Jupiter can be like challenge, lust, fighting, insults from insensitive people who are insensitive and saying wild things like. But honestly, I feel like that's par on course for the Cancers, because Cancers are kind of wild, low key anyway, and they like all of that challenging energy quietly, because they do. And I don't want to hear nothing about not me. I'm not a Cancer who likes that. I'm like, yes, y'all do. Y'all do. Y'all like all of that extraness. So it's weird. It is a weird placement. I don't know quite the make of it. Let's see, this is the 22nd. Okay, so yeah, Moon has come into the 12th house, and then it's conjunct your ascendant. So again, being very popular could be good with women. It could imply like emotional stability. I guess you can say something like that. Or not stability, more so like emotional, because it's pushing into the first house. So I would say emotional impulsiveness to a certain extent. It can also possibly inform you of certain forms of deception, because the moon rules like perception. And creativity, like illusions and fantasies. So maybe someone's doing something and they're not as they appear to be, but since it pushes to the first house, it could take on some of the first house principles. So because they're conjunct. So that means that you can also be impulsive and maybe not watch what you say. And Lilith's already here, so Lilith is already starting with the shenanigans. But that moon in the 12th is somebody coming. It's deception, because the 12th house is deceptions, or like things that are unknown. So everything in the 12th house isn't bad. Like if you have Jupiter in the 12th house, that means like you could get help or like luck in times where you feel like you and things that you don't know about, or it should not necessarily work out for you per se. So it's not bad, but you know, with the moon here, it be women or family being deceptive, and especially since it makes a 1, 2, 3, 4 square to Jupiter. I think that's Jupiter. See something? No. In the 10th house. Yeah. Yeah. Did Scorpio risings come yet? No, boo boo. It didn't come yet, but it's coming. It's coming. Sometimes I have a good mind because it's a live show. I sometimes feel like I should do it out of order, but I feel like that will also confuse me too, because I would have to literally listen through the whole thing and try to put the orders of the rising sign to timestamp it. So I don't know. I'm still trying to see if I just want to just do it. Whoever shows up, that's where it goes, and then anybody left over who isn't those rising signs, their stuff will be like at the end of the video, away from the chat. But I don't know, because sometimes it's a bit confusing because you have to timestamp all of that. It's like, so yeah. But no, it is a deception. And mainly because it's like an isolation deception, like wanting to not be bothered. But this could also be an issue with your family, like women too. Like being deceptive. I don't be careful with the generosity, because it's in the 12th house. So Jupiter, Jupiter with the moon, being generous to women, being generous to family, being generous to mother. 10th house, the 12th house, unknown, hospitals, psych wards, deception, becoming a martyr. Do you see what I'm saying? And it's connected to your career. So maybe you get a promotion at work and then you give it to this woman, or you give it to this family member. No. Something's not right. Something's not right. The women are weird. The family is weird. So let's try 4. We're about to move on to Leo. Oh shoot, okay, that's too short. Let me give it 1 more hour. Will the stream be on your Patreon too? You know what, I'll upload it on the Patreon. Sometimes I wasn't. I actually am going to revamp the Patreon since this is moving here, but I'll still upload them on the Patreon. I still will, because it's like, you know, it's good, but they won't have the timestamps and they can be really long, because they're all together. And I want to let people ask questions, because a lot of people are confused. They don't understand how it works. So I don't know. I might, I'll ask outside of you, Adonis. I'll ask whoever else is on Patreon if they want to still be up there. If you guys say yes, I'll just upload it and y'all can just listen to however long it is. But yeah. Because if y'all don't care, then it's like, cool. That's y'all business. But yeah, like, it's kind of long. I usually like to timestamp it just in case if people want to listen to specific parts. But, some people say they just like to listen to it in general. So, I'll give y'all the choice. Y'all can pick. dope. Sometimes I do go back to try to understand some info. See, that's what I'm saying. So I might just put the whole thing up there, because I was like, one part I was like, well, maybe I should just cut out the horoscope and just put it up there. But then there's people like you who, like, I know I want to do it so I can, like, actually learn something. Like, I want to learn about because the beginning of this stream, outside of my technical difficulties, they were mostly just talking about the sun, moon, and risings and how they can be out of order and how they can affect the chart. And it's good for the chat, because some people offer up their information willingly, and so people can learn through the chat. So, like, Sailor Mermaid gave her placements is good for people to learn what something in mode and out of mode. What happens to a person when they have things that are in the same mode. What happens when somebody has things that are in the same element, and how that affects their personality and how that affects how they interact. So yeah, that's it's good for that, because when people do offer it, people can see how that will interact. And if they're in the same mode or same element, they can have, even if they're not the same sign, I have something, they were like, oh, I can relate to that, or I interact in the same way. So, or the world relates to me this way. So yeah. Wait, my partner, I think, is a Leo sun, a Cancer moon, and a Scorpio rising. I do throw him off with my detachments. Yeah. And it's good because this Leo sun in him attached to your personality, you guys have a good time. But the detachment kind of throws him off, because the Cancer moon, they want to be attached very deeply. But you have a Aquarius moon, if I remember correctly, and so that can deal with like a detachment, also wanting ideas more than like feelings, and he wants feelings more than ideas, because Cancer has to do with feelings and the soul, and Aquarius loves ideas and loves science and the thought of something. It's not harmonious in that way. And his Scorpio rising, she had a Leo rising, you had a Capricorn. Yeah, the Leo rising is good for your Capricorn sun, because they all both have similarities where it's the judgment, because Scorpio can be like a critic, and Capricorn can be the judge. So y'all can run around together and, you know, kiki and act like y'all better than everybody. It's great. You know. But Cancer is a good placement for a moon sign. That's actually, Cancer goes with the moon, you know. So I do throw him off my attention. I noticed that with your last upload. Yeah. So I'm like, it's long, and it gives people time for ideas. That's why I try to be cool, because some people are on different levels. That's why I tell people, like, be nice, because like, if you new here, you don't want to be mean to the new kids at school. You know, everybody is new somewhere. We should what do they call it, respect the journey, or being a initiate or a novice. You should respect that, and hopefully, like, you know, return kindness when you're new or you're trying to learn something. You know, you don't unnecessary harshness or cruelness when people are trying to learn or figure things out, or they want to be better somewhere. You encourage the behavior. Plus, I don't think people understand their influence on the internet either, because you interact with so many people, and then they go home or interact with other people too. So if you're nasty and the person gets upset and then they log off the computer, they're going to be nasty or have a bad disposition with other people, and I don't need that type of karma on me. I don't like that idea. So this is radical. It's a radical notion, but not really. But you know, you respect your influence. I know people think that your influence is like when you're a celebrity. No, you're influential yourself, especially with the internet. Man, you can run up on anybody and ruin their day. So you have to be careful with the influence. I try not to do that, because it can really impact people, and then they go home and they interact with more people. So I don't need energy to carry that way from me. You know, I don't want to be influential in those types of ways. So yeah, I do love ideas. I know, like Aquarius moons love ideas. It's the principle, it's the concept. I'm like, girl, it's y'all want to think all day. I want to think all day. That's your favorite thing to do, is think. And y'all low-key talk too much. I'm joking. But yeah, no, y'all want to think all day. That's your favorite thing to do. I need you to cold crack me. Okay, you can put your sun, moon, and rising, and we'll do a light one, because we did Sailor Mermaids, and it actually will be kind of helpful for her this week. So if you're gonna put your sun, moon, and rising in there, we'll go over it, because we do a light one, and just lightly see how it fits in for the week especially when we get to, I think you said Scorpio risings. So yeah, now we're about to do Leo risings. Leo have Venus from the 12th conjuncting into the 1st, which again can make them money, romance, but again the 12th house deals with it's the 12th house is a weird place to have that. Let me see if I can. What degree is this? The 8th degree. Let me see if I can, because I actually want to see it from a different. Okay, so let's run it back. 50. Let's try 45. It's still there. Yeah, so it's still gonna come in through the 12th. It seems like. So it moves back into the 12th. Okay, great. It doesn't necessarily start, but it can move back there. Got you. So what we'll do is it moves back into the 12th. Okay, so the Leo risings, Lord have mercy. I don't know. Y'all have a lot of 12th house placements this week. There's a lot of low-key unknown deceptive factors. I think that's interesting. Like most of the signs have it somewhere. Yeah, because there's just a lot of confusion. Like, bro, oh my God, what is this? Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm getting distracted because I have a book that has a matte finish and it's a lot of grease on it, and I'm really trying to figure out where all this grease came from. But you know, I'm black or whatever, so you know, grease can just, like, moisture can come out of nowhere. I will get to the bottom of that, because I'm like, dang, why is my book greasy? But anyway, Leo risings. It's like a deception in love or deception in business, money. Libra sign, Scorpio rising, Cancer moon. Boy, you better get out of all right. We're gonna work that in, but I don't know if Dom's is still here. Dom's, I think, had a Leo rising. Yeah, she did. It's a deception. Something ain't right. Something's wrong. Deception and money. Deception. Something is deceptive. Let me go back. Something's not right. Y'all, it's always this Neptune Pisces mess. Yeah, it gradually. Nope, not that. Why did I click that? 45 or 30. I'm gonna pick 30. Wait, what? Okay. Relax. I got you. But it because it pushes back into the 12. I think so. Yeah. I'm gonna have to project it. I'm gonna keep projecting the chart like how I do like every couple days to project it to see. But I think it is. Because where Venus is going to have that placement where it hits up against Jupiter and it hits up against the moon. Again, family, women, offering generosity. Things aren't as it seems. Like your sense of purpose, your faith, higher education, legal issues, it could be deception. They're from the 9th house. So usually Jupiter is good in the 9th house. Jupiter is usually really good in the 9th house. But there's Neptune there. So it creates a weirdness. Something, it's usually good. But it's something weird. Cause see, at least with the Cancer risings, their rebelliousness actually helps them this week. So when they was being all loving hip hoppy and itchy and scratchy last week with all this drama with women and family, it actually helps them a lot this week dealing with the confusion that can come and the indulgence that can come with that moon and Jupiter linking up together like that. Because moon in the 9th house can be adventure, travel. Let's see. Issues with life routines and trying to maintain them. Again, higher education, it could be self-help. But no, something's weird. Because I think a lot of people have something weird this week. I don't know. Because Jupiter in the 9th, because it makes your perspective bigger, your knowledge bigger. You can study metaphysics or the occult. Self-understanding, understanding yourself. You also could get pulled for jury duty. You could get called for jury duty. That's what it means in the 9th. But because it's trying, I think it rolls back. Let me see. Because Neptune in the 9th, you want to get into faith, understanding spirituality. You want to discover new creativity, because this Neptune is creative. Maybe through writing, because the 9th house can do publishing. So maybe reading self-help books, inspiration. But it's really the Venus part as it rolls back. That's what's really interesting to me. Because I think it is I have this feeling it's gonna roll back. Yeah, because you have Jupiter trine your Venus and it's in the 1st house. So that means that you be at ease, you be having like an uplifting energy. You can have women in the public come and help you and give you an opportunity. can be indulgent, which means you could also miss the opportunity. Like it can make like a laziness, but it's really that Venus that rolls back, and I think it does. I mean, I'm gonna keep looking, but because Venus in the first house can imply impulsive spending, wanting the finer things, because it's in Leo, and Leo likes fine things. It likes things that are nice, like luxury, like nice things. It can mean you're impulsive. It could mean an impulsiveness in relationships or a commitment. This could also be with business too, because Venus rules business as well, to a certain extent, like money. And children, because it's in Leo. Also, socializations. So, but because it's in the first house, it can be impulsiveness. Leo is kind of like kids, creativity, socializations. Venus is opposed to Pluto. Changes in romance that transforms, because that's what that means. And it's in the 6th house, so that means you can get into power play dynamics at work. Yeah, you can get into power play dynamics at work. So that's what that means. Let me see. It's interesting. It's not bad. It's interesting. Because Pluto in the 6 is power plays, job conflicts. It's opposing Venus. I mean, stress in relationships. Yeah, transformation in relationships. Relationships that are either ending or being transformed. This can also be attraction to people, because this is at work. So people who are unavailable. In high risk investments. They could be, you have to be careful with high risk investments. And this can also deal with saving and paying off debt as well. Should I be worried? You have a job interview this week? I'm going to be honest. And I mean, unless I can get a hold of your chart, but just off of your rising sign, my dear, it implies power plays at work. It implies power plays at work, because Pluto at the 6th house means getting into it with co-workers, getting into it with boss. Capricorn rules people who are in power and influence, duties and responsibilities, resources. Now, if you want to still do it, you can, but realize that Venus is here and Pluto is here, so it's risky, or it can imply a high risk investment. And the sun is opposing, and sun is in your 1st house. It's opposing Saturn in the 7th, with 7th deals with co-workers, right? So he's in Aquarius. It's people who are futuristic, that take on challenge, that beat to their own drum. They don't want to go to the status quo. They're not conforming. Saturn is there. That deals with authority, judges, truth, reality. When you have the sun oppose Saturn, and it's in such a strong placement, it deals with, again, getting what is due or what is deserved. So if you was building up for BS, then you get BS. If you're building up for harmony, then you get harmony. But they're in opposition, so you against other people. There's too many things that say issue with coworkers. issues with coworkers. You know, I want you to keep that in mind, because they're really tightly locked. And even though the sun moves out of, let me see, it moves out of Leo soon, could have an issue. Your ascendant is in Leo. Pluto is in Capricorn, so you still, if your ascendant is dependent on a degree, and I'll keep that in mind, but still possibly. You keep your eyes out for that when you go to work. But that's what I was saying about the distortion of money when we talk about the ninth house. Like, you're in a place to be helpful. Did I miss Scorpio rising? No. I actually am going to just, because of so many Scorpio risings and Capricorns, and I think y'all late night owls anyway, but I might jump to Scorpio risings next, and then because it's getting later and later, I might come back and do another one for the rest of the signs, do a part 2. But whoever's here, we do theirs, and then part 2 do the other one, and then I'll just timestamp the other ones for people who are just going to come in later, because it is getting later, and it's like 10 right now. And some of y'all again got job interviews and want to go to work, and so I don't want to be pet up too late. So I'm probably get off at 11, and I'm gonna do this Leo one, and then I'm going to do I think it's Scorpio. I think that's the, if anybody else has any other ones that are on here, because it's getting late. I don't it's too many people saying they have to work in the morning, they have to sleep, so I might come back and do the second part, you know, because it is kind of late. It's getting later. But yeah, okay, timestamp works well. Yeah, I am gonna timestamp it, but it's still 11 though. Gemini. Gigi, I already did Gemini, but I'm still gonna timestamp it. The Gemini part ain't here. I'm talking about people who don't have the time, the rising, they not in here with their rising sign. So there are certain rising signs that aren't as common that come in the chat and interact, or you know, and it is getting late. You've been streaming for 5 hours. Yeah, so I'm gonna come back and do the other half, but I'm gonna try to wrap up with the Scorpio. Okay, I missed it. You did. I'm still gonna timestamp it though. I'll probably timestamp it tomorrow when I get up, and then prepare for the other signs I didn't do. So, and it's getting late. It's after 10 here. That's what I'm saying. Like, so, and it's I've been streaming for a long time, and I still have to eat dinner. So I'm getting hungry. But no, I'm gonna do the other ones too. And y'all also ask questions on top of that, so I might do another stream tomorrow. I probably will do it tomorrow. But yeah, Doms is giving power issues with people at work in weird investments, because it's a 6th and 7th house. 7th house is business partner, relationships. 6th house is work, co-workers, employees. That's the deception or disoriented, the ease where it comes in through Venus, but really it's an opposition with the Pluto and here. So I think that it'll seem, as per usual, it'll seem one way and it'll be another. Sun and Mars means that getting into group dynamics with people who cannot be told anything. They do not want to listen to other people. They have a lot of drive and ambition, very speedy, fast-paced. Sun and Uranus means they very strong in their identity, have an identity of freedom, rebelliousness sometimes. Change. Issues with accidents though, and transformation, which is good. It's not always bad, but it's good. But this is deals with at work, transformation at work, uncertainty in career, because the 10th house is here in Taurus, so a change at work. Your sun is in harmony with your MC, so being yourself, being authentic is good for career. The sun is quincunx Neptune. I think it's an issue with your identity and your sense of purpose. And so a Neptune and a sun quincunx, I feel like it'll not understanding how your identity comes off. And the 9th house deals with like a sense of purpose, spiritual growth. It could maybe be hindering your spiritual growth because it's Neptune is confusion, and it's with your sun. That's your identity. The sun is in harmony with fortune. So again, that's in Sag. So expression being center stage, you get expansion, creativity, self-expression. The faded experience with self-expression, faith, growth, higher education, higher learning, journalism, not journalism, but more so like publications and media. It is a hard aspect to your South Node. Past life issues with relationships, transformation in relationships, but it's in the 4th house at home. Ending relationships, not growing through relationships, and transformations in love. Maybe not love, transformations in family. Transformations at home. A dangerous home. A home that's filled with hidden desires and hidden aggression. That's what that looks like. Alright, let me go to a couple days out of here because I think it's going to roll back. Let's try the 17th. Yeah, the Venus becomes squared to the moon. So feeling out of place from your relationships, not feeling in sync with them. You feel out of it. And your moon is intense. So that means a woman or the public can help in your career. But Venus and Jupiter together, that can imply pleasure. Pleasure because there's going to be also indulgence, spending. It could be happy spending or something like that. Here's the next 10. Yeah. Then the sun starts to quincunx Pluto. Your identity getting in the issue with transformation. Or issues with willpower. Not being able to focus your willpower or picking your identity over transformation. It's something weird like that. Especially at dynamics with work. Yeah. 2 more days. Let's see. Interview is on the 18th. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Strong thing for like pleasure and luck and getting money, sense of purpose, faith. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, because it makes a yard for you. Yeah, that's what it does. The sun placement in that house makes a yard. And a yard isn't always bad. It's called the finger of, it's also sometimes called the finger of God. Which, you know what that means? Destiny. because it's something that your personality, having to do things on your own, standing strong with trying to make a difference, trying to eventual success even in destiny of fate, even with chaos, something like that. An increased awareness, a missed opportunity, learning from adjustments, profound blocks, stop and start motions. Best not to force the issue at the time if fate is involved. Allow matters to unfold before acting. That's what you have to realize with work. I know that sounds weird, but it kind of sometimes feel like a let go, let God thing, but you still stand strong in your identity. That's what the finger of God means. I still think that you'll get the job based off of what's here. I mean, I don't have your birth chart, so I can't like clock it, but it does imply that you'll get the job, but things won't be how you think it is. So you're gonna have to stand strong though, and just go with the flow, because there is opposition at work. There is. There's a hard issue at work or looking for a job. I don't know. It could be awesome that maybe you almost didn't get the interview or something like that. But it still could have issues with authority figures though. Your personality is hard to blend in with that. I don't know. 2, 3, 4. Let's see. No problem, Doms. I'm still doing you for the week. I'm gonna do 2 more, and then we're gonna go into Scorpio rising, and then I will come back and do the everybody else stuff because I am getting hungry and it's getting late. But I'll still come back and do it again. And I'll still timestamp this video. You have Venus and the moon, but it's in a harmonious aspect, so that's good. That's good because it creates ease in relationships. And laziness sometimes, especially with women, groups of women, because it's in the 11th house, or organization full of women on the 20th. I do think that you probably will get the job, but yeah, you still will have to deal with the authority issues. And maybe you're having to go through transformations with your identity. I'm not saying not be yourself or not be authentic, because you still do that, but also realize, am I participating in a lack of teamwork? Because you have Capricorn, boom, and you have Capricorn sun, which is good. It'll be in the 6th house, so that would be willpower with willpower. And then you have an Aquarius moon, and usually a moon with Saturn, if it's really close to it, depending if it's in the 6th house or the 7th, that depends. If it's with Saturn, it can make you feel loneliness or depression. It can make you feel that way. If it's closer to Pluto, then that means that it could be issues of jealousy, maybe at work. Depends. because the sun starts to move into the second house. So what you own, getting things that you own. And it's trine to your MC. It creates a trine. So I do think that you could get the job. But it's interesting. I don't know. Weird dynamics at work. But outside of that, I think you're fine. I'm about to run over to Scorpios real quick, and then I'm gonna hop off. So 4 a.m. was what? Leos. So Scorpio should be like maybe 11. Close. Okay, we're still in Libra. All right. Let me see. Let's try noon, and then let's try 000. There we go. All right, this is going to be for the Scorpio risings, and I'm going to come back and do the other signs tomorrow, you know. So y'all have that south node in your first house. Y'all have the south node in your first house. So again, dealing with past relationships, dealing with not being trusting, hidden aggression, lessons not learned about that, karma and fate that is tied to that. Dealing with issues like the soul growth through those types of things. It's in harmony with your Mercury in groups. So maybe it is good to not be trusting of groups and be analytical of them at the time. Or remembering not to trust certain people in certain groups. Dealing with like work, dealing with this probably be like maybe a coworker, but dealing with people like at work, hospitals, libraries. Is in the 11th house is group dynamics. A south node. I need Aquarius rising. Oh, Tay, why you didn't speak up when I was saying we're gonna? Because the Scorpio spoke up, girl. All right. Well, let me see, because it's getting late and I'm hungry. And I've been on for a long time. All right, we'll try to squeeze in the Aquarius if I can. If I'm not, because I'm gonna get off in a half an hour. If I can't get it in, then I will start with the Aquarius and show you ask nicely. Girl, I know, come back tomorrow. Okay, cool. Because I was like, anybody? Yeah, I'm hungry. I've been on since like 6 or 7. All right. It's in a hard aspect to the sun. So identity, getting in the issue with the past. Not your personality at work, not dealing well with past baggage or reputation. A personality or identity not doing well with past baggage. And this could be at work. Or past lessons. Yeah. Okay, Tay. I'll do when I come back. I'll start off with that since you're so sweet. But yeah. No, it's a person. It's an identity, a career, or an authority figure. Not dealing well with past baggage. It could be a father. I don't know. Because it's the 10th house. 10th house deals with work, career, but sometimes it can kind of lead to parents getting into it with the father. Scorpio can rule like inheritance through family, having past baggage with your dad. And it's in Leo, so Leo can be socialization, kids, sports, hobbies, being creative, romance, take flings, romance that's like kind of like flings. It's not committed relationships, you know. It's in harmony with Lilith, of course, because again, being not trusting people, having competition. Like, listen, I don't see it for you. It's a me against you thing. That's your sense of purpose. So again, getting in issues with rebellion, being challenging, not doing well with conformity. Not doing well with conformity at all. But that's harmonious. It's good for you. It gives you a sense of purpose. It's not bad this week. it is quincunx your fortune, because your fortune is in Gemini. So quick learning, adaptation, puzzles, talking, being a trickster. But it can be quincunx, so to be an issue with your past debts and trying to get into this whole light energy, a youthful energy. It's opposing Uranus and the North Node in Taurus that we talked about earlier. So you know that means you're going to have issues with people who are trying to change everything, and you feel like they're trying to come to you with transformation that you did not ask for, or changing in dynamics that you did not ask for. So it feels like a past life baggage or things that they have not worked through. Issues with healing. Again, healing and processing. Processing is Aries, so it's identity. Who am I? Creative force, competition. Being a trailblazer. It's going to be quincunx, the South Node. So issues with that. It's going to be a struggle. And then it's conjunct this Jupiter Moon thing. Issues with that Jupiter Moon thing is beating everybody but this week, because it's giving a square. Where is it? 1, 2, 3. Sextile. Yeah, it's sextile, and through the week it'll become squared. So again, being generous with family, feeling happy, lazy, not lazy, but like kind of like this ease. But what is going to happen? Lord have mercy. It's good. Okay, the family. I'm gonna try to explain it the best as I can. The family conjunct with the healing Jupiter, being generous to family, is good for your MC and reputation. It's good for Venus. So people will love what you're able to do. 6 is work. The 6th house is work right here. So I love the work that you're able to do for me. But for you, your first house with your personality, your physical body, it puts you in a struggle-rific. It's awkward. It's the struggle. That green line implies it's quincunx. So that means that there's struggle, or there's awkwardness. So your reputation will go up if you help these people. But I will say, because Venus is conjunct your MC, it could mean like romance is in connection with work, or getting money through work resources. I don't know. Do y'all have a crush with somebody at work? I don't know. And it's in the 9th house too, which is sense of purpose, with also got Lilith there. I don't know. It's giving like maybe like somebody at work, because it's also in Leo, which is like lovers, flings, at career, a reputation for flings. Did your dad have a reputation for having affairs? Something like that. So I'm pretty accurate. Yeah, because you have to do, when you do the astrology, you do the phrasing like that, like dad, reputation for fit. Like, it's kind of weird, but it does get you to the point, because it's not like you're gonna walk around the corner and then you're gonna stub your toe. No, you do the phrasing. The phrasing tells you how to get out of here. Yeah, it's interesting. South Node, having authority, mother, family, they're pessimistic. They have old views. They have it's weird because they're in Aquarius, so you think that they can be smart, they can be futuristic. Mother, family good at technology, family good at new ideas, but pessimistic in old views though. Weird. Issues with authority figures. It's 4th house, so it'll be family. Mother and father fighting, or authority figures do family fighting, because Saturn can also be a grandfather. Old male figures. So maybe a young male and an old male fighting. Scorpio rising short entertaining me. I think they entertained people last week. I think it's their magnetism, because Scorpio rules magnetism. They can't help it. They can't help it. But yeah, your identity versus Feeling like an authority figure is trying to suppress your identity. That's what it looks like at work. Like it's weird because it's like an authority, a home authority is a person, a work authority. But anyway, it breaks with your baggage. Whatever this life debt that you won't get over, or I failed the process, or karma breaks that up. I don't know. I feel like you about to create karma for somebody. Karma for father, karma for authority figures and family. I don't know. I think y'all about to do some Scorpio shit and be like, fuck, F y'all. I don't know. That's what it feels like. Y'all breaking karma because y'all in a fixed thing with the 1st, 4th, 7th, and 10th. Plead the 5th. Okay, so yeah, y'all about to be Scorpios. Yeah, I feel it. It's about to be like, oh, F y'all. Because the ascendant is in a hard aspect with Venus. So that means, again, it could be attraction here, but it also can mean that the charm and popularity breaks on you. That means that they don't think that you're charming or popular because they want you to do something for them. And you feel uncomfortable or awkward for doing something for them that could raise your popularity. Your ascendant, you won't do it. And transformation in communication, transformation in education, changes in home, no, changes in neighborhood and with siblings, something like that. Troubling times. It's funny. Yeah, something like that. Hold on real quick. Yeah, relationships, relatives are manipulative now. They trying to guilt you into something. Issues with your neighborhood. Great for deep thinking, great for psychology, great for motivation. Try to be objective. Scorpio's issues is that they're subjective. They think from their viewpoint only. They're emotional only from themselves. That's why people don't like them, because they can't empathize. They don't break from themselves. Try subjectivity, but someone is like family manipulative. Definitely been the family more recent. Yeah. Which is going to make you unpopular because Venus is in a square with your ascendant, but it's harmonious with Jupiter and the moon. And Jupiter and the moon is like being generous with family. They want you to work, do some type of work for them, and it will raise your profile. It will raise your profile or basically make them like you more. But I don't think it's real because it's manipulation. It's not real. It's not real, basically. Venus in the 9th. Yeah, affairs at work, travel, more education, networking. Yeah. Great. So this week, if it's not family issues, it's workplace issues. Don't. It's okay. The placements, the sun is going to move into Virgo soon, so it should break that up. Wait, what is over there? Saturn. You still could have some issues with the Saturn placement for the Leo risings, but just keep that in mind. It's a finger of God, so you're gonna just have to go through it. Something is trying to work out this awkwardness with your personality and work and authority figures. That's what God was giving you. What the yard stands for. It's okay, just keep going. So yeah, But no, that's Scorpio. Scorpio, y'all lack of trust in groups and being analytical and picking them up is true. No, y'all are right. Somebody is being sneaky. So, I mean, it's good today. I'm gonna finish running through Scorpio because it's almost 11 and I'm hopping off of here and I'm about to go eat. And then I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna do the re-up tomorrow. Yeah. Dang, Yeah, the other people get irritable with you through the week. They get mad at you because you won't do what they want you to do. They get in like mood swings. You say one thing, they do another. It's weird. It's weird. They don't it's inconsistency. They're moody. Mood swings. This could be a change of relationship, a breakup, or a new relationship, but something short-lived in relationships. Yeah, they're fluctuating. It could be a relationship. I feel like a family member wants to move in or something. Opportunities through women, opportunities through an organization. But it could be like a family member has to move or relocate. Or something like that. Something weird like that through this week. Saturn. Yeah, they want to put more responsibility on you. Maybe care for a parent or elderly parent. Relocate. Yeah, they want to move in or out of your house. Something like weird like that. Changes to your home. I don't know. And I feel like they're willing to be manipulative to get it. I also do think that there's a healing factor that you don't want to do because you feel like you're right now. Which you're not wrong with the shenanigans they're pulling, but still, like, you should still heal because it's ridiculous. Because you know, don't be a Scorpio all the way. Ascendant quincunx Jupiter. Okay, so that Jupiter, it could be an issue with excessiveness, excessive expression. It's in the 5th house, so maybe you might start to overdo it a bit. Grandioseness. Try not to drag it, guys. Especially with the moon, it's in a fated place with quincunx, where your emotions is out of sync with your personality. It's not lined. Your personality and your emotions aren't lined up. I don't think you're wrong, but there's a such thing as dragging. Y'all get what I'm saying? If you know what I'm explaining. Y'all black, y'all know. And for people who aren't black, that's fine. I'll explain if you don't know. Yeah, and you have a yard too. The yard, it's the moon, Chiron, and your personality. You do have to heal this because it's going to cause an issue. You don't want to be down bad because people are on BS. Because it's the same thing I was talking about with the Leo. And this is the fixed signs. The fixed signs, which is Leo, Aquarius. Leo had a yard too for a second. I think Aquarius might have a yard this week. I'll see. Let's check tomorrow. But definitely Aquarius had a yard. I think Aries had one for a brief second. But the yard, it still stands. It's you're not supposed to be fighting it like that. It's a destiny thing. Doing things on your own, standing strong, making the difference, making adjustments. Again, being unique, being inventive, having a special purpose, trusting that things will all work out, and it's meant to be like radical acceptance. Even in chaos, you know, you trust your destiny and fate. You have faith. That's what you need to have faith even in this. Self-examination and discovery after confusion. This don't make sense to you, but you still, again, heal yourself. That's the problem, you know. Allow matters to be revealed to you. Don't be so possessive over everything, even your feelings, you know, being tight on your feelings. But yeah, that's what that is. But yeah, it do seem like people trying to be funny. Yeah, because your moon becomes trine to your ascendant, which means you could be popular, but it also means that your endings and beginnings with family, legacies and inheritance is more smoother now by the 22nd. By the 22nd, it gets your emotions balance out better. Your fortune with the analyzation and the 10th house, so analyzing reputation, analyzing career, is in harmony. I think that's it. Yeah, y'all, it'll go with the flow. Dom, does this sound like your boyfriend? Yeah, but I so far I feel like Scorpios be having the most weird, interesting weeks so far, but they are very, I feel like it's drama there. Nope. No, but yeah, issues with family, people being manipulative, family members being manipulative. I don't know Doms because he's a Scorpio rising, so he might not tell you. Because that's how they be too. They be having like whole family thing, and they tell you months from later, like, yeah, such and such did this to me. You be like, what? Yeah, you be like, yeah, he, you know, you might find out later. So the you might find out, and you know what I'm talking about when you're dealing with Scorpio placements. Like, you might find out later. So he could be going through this and not say anything. That's just how they are. Any questions before I go? Because I have like 10 minutes and then I'm like ending the stream. It did happen. Why you gotta be like that? I'm not being like that. I just know Scorpio placements when I, you know, am with them. I've been with Scorpio placements. I've dated Scorpio placements. So Prince is a Scorpio placement. So I know first-hand experience down in the front line. I know how they be. So you could be like, that's not my man, and then months later you like, huh? Yeah, they get you every time. So, but yeah, any questions, guys? 'Cause I am about to go eat. Is what it is. I get it. I know. So see, that's what I'm saying. Cause he pulled some of that on me too. I was like, oh, when did that happen? Yeah, last week. Hey, boy. It is what it is. But that's just how they act. It's not even personal, bro. It's just they don't even think. They just think differently. So. All right, y'all. If y'all don't have any questions, I cannot wait to watch the replay. Help me to navigate my week so well. Yes, Candy. I was hoping you was here because we did go over the Aries stuff. Y'all have an interesting week. Y'all have a because I'm about to get off in a couple of minutes. So since we're here, but y'all have a Kundalini week. You can tap into some Kundalini energy. You have to get your family out of here. That's the main gist of it. But yeah, watch the replay. I'm gonna timestamp the video, but it's not gonna be timestamped tonight. So if you have the energy to go through it tonight, you know, knock yourself out. But if you want to wait till tomorrow, cool. And then I'll be back on here tomorrow to go over the rest of the signs. and any other questions people have. But I'm about to get out of here. We just be shifting. Y'all be agreeing and not be trusting. Y'all agree with y'all fingers. You know how people cross their fingers behind their back? That's what y'all do. Y'all shake hands and then put your fingers behind your back. Thank you for the insight. It helps. Good. All right. Well, since y'all don't have any other questions, I am going to end the stream. Y'all have a good night. We'll be back on tomorrow. If you have any questions, y'all just gonna have to hold it. Okay? All right. I love y'all. Peace, and y'all be blessed.